Buenos días. ¿Cómo van esas energías? Bien, vale. Hemos sobrevivido a 2 días de keynotes, de networking, de paneles y algún que otro exceso de café. Hoy va a ser un día muy especial. Vamos a disfrutarlo, pero vamos a hacerlo poco a poco, ¿vale? Para empezar, arrancamos con un vídeo que nuestros compañeros nos van a poner, cuando queráis. Parte de nuestro día especial hoy va a ser porque hoy dedicamos
because today we're going to dedicate the day to the social forum, which is the more important people. We're going to start with a keynote, really interesting, from the Office for Electronic Complaints on Red. We have the honor of having here Mr. Pedro Merino, which is going to present what is this office and how they integrate the office cooperation and closeness.
Un aplauso, por favor.
Let's give him a round of applause.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Bueno, no quisiera comenzar mi presentación.
I would not like to not start my presentation without thanking the authorities, INCIBE, and all of you, all of the people that are on streaming, and the organizers of ENISE for having organized this 19th edition. This has been consolidated as a reference event for cybersecurity, and with each edition, we have more relevance and more importance. Allow me, before delving into details, to tell you a personal anecdote. Some years ago, I received a calling of a good friend that made me know that I had received an email where this person was accused of child pornography, and he was going to suffer legal action, something like this. The email was signed by Maria Agave, that was the general director of the police, and I had an immediate response. I told my friend that called me, do not answer, and we're gonna investigate in it. So with this, I just want to give you learn lessons. One, we should do what this person did with me: calling, asking, or consulting before doing anything. This is true prevention that starts in every single one of us. Second of us, bad people have been perfecting their technique in order to get what they want. And it's enough with using the words AI. So complaint can help to have evidence and put these people, take these people to justice. We have this other part of acting that belongs to the civil guard. This is more or less the content of my presentation. I'm gonna give you some minutes in the end if you have any question. So concerns of citizens by the cyber criminality that is going to be fostered by the police, national police. It's not something that came out of nowhere. It's been the result of an analysis of the current perspective of the best ways to mitigate these actions. That's why all of the initiatives that I'm gonna present and other ongoing initiatives align our institutional strategies 2030, which is a guiding document for the long term, and also it's the result of more deepened analysis included in our National Police Strategic Plan for 2025. The two documents direct the new approaches for citizen assistance. They are this vision has an objective fostering personalized attention and more quality and improve the quality, improving bureaucracy and the services that we provide, and improving digitalization, and also profiting of our advantages that others have, and also sharing resources with others. So fostering of alliances on the framework of digital transformation. Before getting into the specific products or initiatives, I want to talk about the operational structures in the cyberspace of the established by the Civil Guard. And recently, I'm going to give you the most updated information. Everything is conditioned by the action competence. We are responsible of 83% of the national territory and also a big part of municipalities. So even if we have a network of assistance to the citizen that is really big, the effort that the population should make in order to go present a complaint, this make our body give the remote resources in order to facilitate these tasks for the citizen, for everyone that could need it. So Civil Guard does not only assist, but is with the citizens. We've put different structures in order to fight against cyber criminals, having in mind the possibilities of the victim, the capacity of our structures, and also having in mind that we should not delay any process, specifically the first police actions, as we have knowledge of a criminal action. So, apart from the deployment of these resources, we have our headquarters where we have the first complaints. So there are the responsibles of the first actions. In 2021, we had the 80 teams that are in each region of Spain. They are in charge of the coordination and interventions of law enforcement within their territory. We detect modus operandi, and if necessary, we escalate it to the next body. We talk about the cybercrime researching teams. They are on permanent contact with also the legal professionals. We have the different national and international units for more complex research also involving the cooperation with other similar bodies in other countries. We have the chief, for example, of information. In order to anticipate, if it's possible, we need colleagues that can extract some conclusions and learn lessons, procedures that have been used by the criminal groups. So our investigation units know how to mitigate and have the evidence. So this is where I need to mention the personnel from the technical judicial unit and the security of the information team, because they are in charge of improving the responses, among other tasks. I skipped, sorry, the on red line that I'm going to explain more in detail afterwards. As our motto says, we defend the order and the law. We have this law, which established urgent measures for the transformation and digital recovery plan, where they were asking us to have the digital signature. So, in legislation this year asks us again to do this. In this modification of the criminal law, we see what we cannot do remotely. For example, if there is violence, intimidation, when there is a no author, and we should act as soon as possible, whenever there are witnesses, when there is a minor involved, or if there is a flagrant crime, or we have a sexual or violent crime. If to these normative changes we have in mind that in the cyberspace there are not legal limits, we should act in a more agile and fast in order to protect the victims' rights, which is the most important. And this is our legal imperative in order to put the presentation of the complaint. In this scenario, the Civil Guard has been obliged to have civil assistance profiting of the advantages of other actors with a solution that existed already that had been tested, which is the electronic base of the digital transformation. And we developed what we needed to do here. And for management, we have citizens that on one click they can have access to the National Office for Electronic Complaints on Red, and thanks to INCIBE and its coworker, it's been hosted in its headquarters, as you can see. It has a 24/7 access where citizens can present complaints or other administrative things with a more accessibility. I repeat, 24/7, 365. Users have access to our website via a digital certificate. I remind that the citizens of other countries with the AED point the certificate they can access as well. And afterwards, after a few steps and filing out a form, out of the 7 procedures, that's how we improve management. for a more digitalized world, but guaranteeing transparency. That's why we have the actividades system, where we can have access through the URL or the QR code, that if you allow me, you can have it here. I'm gonna give certain advices if you want to use this service. You should have all of the documentation to present in a single archive, if it's possible on PDF format. If you haven't done it, if you didn't do it, we can compile it. I talk about this talking of photographs, documents, everything that can facilitate the reaching to the author. If you have any doubt, we have all of the co-workers in Spain through the line 062 in Spain in order to ask you questions. Last 3rd of July, at the headquarters of INCIBE, we have the formal presentation of this service, and this ended in this starting functioning the very next day. We have these 7 procedures where you can present a complaint: damage, stealing, loss of documentation, localization of documentation, vehicle stealing, or other fraud, for example. You have these procedures that you could present, and today our IT service is working on adding new procedures that are not yet active. Here we should remember what this law at the beginning of the year modified, and this is how on the website it's explained what cannot be presented remotely as a complaint. What's been the performance of this tool during the last month? 82% of what we know belongs to fraud. Then we have stealing or loss of information. This is more or less the mapping of the kinds of crimes that have been presented via the National Office for Electronic Complaints. And having as a reference the protection of the interest of the victim, we blocked a benefit for the criminals of more than 2,200,000 euros in a period of 3 months, which equals avoid the loss of 25,000 euros a day. What have we envisaged for the next months? I repeat, new procedures added up to the electronic headquarters, apart from the 7 that you could see before. We also want to maintain this closeness to the citizen, where we have a change of paradigm. So the big step that we want to do is being able to manage this change within our own organization. That's why we want to consolidate an organizational change in each of the components of our body. Reinforcement of existing units, reinforcing methods. This is not something we can avoid. We want to improve the AT teams and also provide more training for our staff whenever they are. So this is a permanent and constant evolution, as you can see. Lastly, I want to cite one of the main projects that we're going to launch soon, which is Movilidad. This tool is so we can make a real-time reception of the complaints, and these projects will see the light soon and will be available on the tablets that our staff have. Basically, this is one more advantage because it saves time, it saves effort, it saves bureaucracy, it gives more agility to the response, and it also contributes to the reduction of stress because you can take the complaint on site with the victim, and also this has as an outcome more effectiveness. All of these measures are included in this message of the police getting closer to you. And here I'm going to conclude my presentation, but if you have any doubts, I kindly invite you to access our stand, which is in the hall. And also, if you want to, you can contact our networks or any civil guard personnel in any point of Spain.
¿Alguien tiene alguna pregunta para el señor Durán? Adelante.
Do you have any questions for Mr. Durán?
No. Iba a darle yo el micro. Un momento, por favor, un momento. Sí.
Bien de tiempo, ¿no?
Hasta las 10. Mientras estamos solucionando el problema del micro,
in the meantime, as we solve the microphone issues, excuse me, because this morning I didn't welcome our streaming participants. So welcome, everyone. Regarding the Movilidad initiative, the agents are going to be able to have any kind of evidence, or it's just simply for documentation? In this moment, right now, we're designing the capacities that we're going to give to this initiative, but we are envisaging not the less serious crimes, like in more serious and complex situations. For example, if you have to do a deep investigation, or, for example, I'm thinking about the fact of talking to a sexual crime victim, which is something more complex. There, I don't think it's going to be the best method to use. Any other questions? Good morning. I have a doubt regarding the application. So, do you have any proof that you've presented a complaint through this platform? Thank you, because this is one of the key points of the presentation. When you filled out the form, when you've communicated the crime, my coworkers at the ONRED, they verify everything, and this form that has been filled out would not be validated until this victim receives a message from us confirming that the form has been received. So you can see that this is not legally validated until the victim receives the confirmation that the form has arrived correctly.
fue un flash? Vale.
Did we have any other raised hands? No? Okay, so thank you very much, Pedro, for this explanation.
Muchas gracias, Carmen.
I wish you the best.
Muy bien.
Muy bien, vamos a dar comienzo ahora al bloque de
Okay,
foros,
let's
pero lo
start
vamos a hacer
the
con un vídeo que es muy explicativo. Compañeros,
forums, but we're gonna put an explicative video.
Hola, somos Víctor y Cristina. Quizá muchos de vosotros nos conocéis por ver nuestros vídeos en las redes sociales de INCIBE.
Esto es, pero hoy estamos aquí para daros la bienvenida y para agradeceros vuestra presencia en 19ENISE y especialmente en esta primera edición del Foro Social de Ciberseguridad.
Por primera vez en este auditorio abrimos la conversación sobre seguridad digital a toda la sociedad.
Estamos en un espacio pensado para ti, para mí, para todos. Aquí venimos a compartir, aprender y concienciarnos de que la ciberseguridad es algo que nos toca de cerca a todos.
A lo largo de la jornada se celebrarán 4 ponencias que tratarán sobre colectivos vulnerables, cómo acompañar a los más pequeños en el mundo digital, cómo fomentar el talento ciber y cómo las empresas pueden mejorar su seguridad.
Pero no solo vais a escuchar, también podéis preguntar, opinar y aportar vuestras ideas. Este espacio es vuestro.
Aquí no hace falta ser experto, solo hace falta tener curiosidad y ganas de aprender. Este foro es cercano y abierto, para todos.
El Foro Social de Ciberseguridad comienza y vosotros sois los protagonistas.
bueno, pues vamos a dar comienzo al primer bloque. Gracias. Nos está costando el aplauso, ¿eh? Sí. Esta sesión se titula Fortaleciendo la ciberseguridad en las pymes, planes de ciberseguridad.
Title, Reinforcing Cybersecurity on SMEs, Cybersecurity Plans. We are helping companies to grow on a secure way. You have Germán Rodríguez San, responsible for the promotion and economical area of ILDEFE from the León City Council. Diego San Martín, President of AGA León.
Camino
Rodríguez Muñoz, Coordinator of León, FELE León. Héctor de Prada González, CEO and co-founder of Modular 10. José Manuel Fernández Chana, CEO of Deshow Gestión Integral.
Y Diego Pérez, director técnico
and Diego Pérez Gil, Technical Director of ATEDES Research. As a moderator, we're going to have our colleague Yolanda Barrientos, Chief of Awareness and Companies from INCIBE.
Creo que no se oye.
¿Hay algún problema?
Bueno, pues empezamos.
Buenos días. Hola, muy buenos días, muy buenos días.
So, good morning, everyone, to the physical and remote participants. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for engaging yourselves towards the participation of this 19th edition of ENISE. We hope to have it again during the next years. We have a lot of knowledge and awareness of professionals in these sessions. Some years ago, companies compete against each other in order to be the faster. But now it's not about that. It's who can progress in a more secure way. We have realized that cybersecurity is the lever for innovation. But as we depend more on technology, we are more exposed. And in this context, cybersecurity is not just a technical problem, it's a corporative challenge, a competitive factor and a survival factor even. In 2024, up to 6 companies belonging to the IBEX 35 confirmed that they received attacks And to add this, we have to add up many other attacks that not most of them are successful, but more or less 45% of Spanish companies have suffered already an attack. And the question is not just now if I'm going to suffer an attack, but at what moment. So we should be ready to give a response to something that is going to have an impact on in our companies. That's why we decided to develop this discussion panel that is a novelty, that is something new in this Congress, in order to learn from other examples when establishing our cybersecurity standards. That's why we have representative of corporate organizations, representative of institutions. We have Diego San Martin, president of the Youth Entrepreneurs from León. We have Camino Rodríguez Muñoz. We have the coordinator of León 4.0, and José Manuel Fernández Chana. And we have the coordinator of the Promotion and Economic Department of the León City Council. In the second part of the panel, we're going to have accelerated companies that are included within the INCIBE Emprende program. We have Héctor de Prada, CEO and co-founder of Modular DS, José Manuel Fernández Chana, CEO of D-Show Gestión Integral, and lastly, Diego Pérez Gil, Technical Director of ATEDES Research. Welcome to this discussion panel. Let's start by Diego. We want you to tell us the actions that your organization is starting in order to tackle cybersecurity. Do you have any plan regarding cybersecurity? Are you doing any specific action with your partners? Do you offer information, newsletters, speeches? First of all, thank you. Thanks for the invitation to this fantastic forum and to consider youth entrepreneurs from León. I need to be frank with you, but within the corporate culture, the fact of having a cybersecurity system is not something that is 100% implemented. We can see it every day with our associates because really they don't value enough the possible risks of for the internal structure, also for the reputation of this company. That's why we normally, for example, I am the president of the association that I represent recently of the Youth Entrepreneurs Association of León, and I want to transmit a series of training cycles for the interest of the associates. We gave a series of questions regarding cybersecurity, and we can see that sadly we don't have within our pool any cybersecurity companies, so they are not in this sense familiarized with these cybersecurity questions. And I mean, when considering the little companies, mainly from sectors linked to hotels, IT, so it's a little varied, but it's not just people that see an expense or an investment or the need of investing in cybersecurity. So whenever there is a cyber attack, it cannot just break the structure that you have with your database that has been consolidated by many years. So a cyber attack can as well have a reputational impact, unquantifiable. So at a training level, what do we want to do? It's not that we are just doing it now, but we have quality sponsors
y de reputación a nivel
And
nacional, como es en este caso el
regarding
INCIBE,
reputation, for example, we have INCIBE,
estamos
which is a
pensando
well-reputed
en
actor,
realizar algún tipo de convenio
where
para
we
que sean
envisage
ellos
to
realmente
sign a list of
la institución de
conventions so they
referencia a
can
la hora de
be the
impartir este tipo
reference
de jornadas,
institutions.
porque como dije, al final nosotros no
So
contamos con
we don't
asociados
have,
especializados
as
en
I told you,
ciberseguridad. Entonces, bueno,
specialized
esta es un poco
partners. So
nuestra situación actual.
this
Es
is a
decir,
little bit
queremos
our
implementar
current
un ciclo
situations.
formativo
We
especializado en
want to
ciberseguridad,
implement
queremos
some
dar más
training
formación,
cycles based on
más
cybersecurity,
información también a los
and we want
asociados
to provide
y
more
que eso
information
repercuta en
to
un
our
sitio empresarial
partners
más fuerte y más
so we can
incluyente que
have,
actualmente.
as an outcome, more reputation
Muy
for the
bien,
companies.
muchas gracias, Diego.
Thank you very much.
Recogemos esa
We
pelota que estáis pasando para tener la
take
posibilidad
notes,
de poder celebrar algún tipo de alguna
and we will consider the possibility of making an event with you and signing even a convention or conjointed or joint action. We continue with Camino. What can you tell us about the Federation of Entrepreneurs in Lyon, which is also works with also with the young entrepreneurs of Lyon? Even if you don't have among your members cybersecurity companies, I guess you can have other companies that can be interesting, even companies that are offering, for example, a consulting kit or something. Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to participate today and being here with you. Our association is integrated within the Youth Entrepreneurs Association, and we have a lot of information from the database that we have of our associates to different websites that we manage internally to a job portal that has tried to be attacked many times, but internally we can say that regarding our management, we can respond and we can comply to the needs that we have. We have partners coming from different kinds of profiles, and there is more than 4,000 associated companies, from companies that provide cybersecurity to companies that are SMEs, hotels or restaurants or workshops, from freelancers to micro SMEs, SMEs or companies that have, because I have a tremendous job for adapting to the different needs. I need to support what Diego was doing or was saying. And as a whole, I can see that these companies, SMEs, freelancers, they are the most precarious ones regarding the actions on cybersecurity, and as they grow, they need to level up their cybersecurity levels. And they give solutions, we see it. So we see that this response is accompanied by the growth of the companies. Regarding training that you have asked as well, we focus a lot on that, and we think this is this is something that we can really fight for, and this is where we can give the most support to the entrepreneur. Here we have organized presentations, individualized mentorships, presentations, and we even got to these decentralized areas because the province of León has a hyper-extended territory. It's the 5th biggest region of Spain, and there are many entrepreneurs in this territory. So we got to 25 decentralized areas to talk about cybersecurity that is not always reachable for them. Let's not forget also entrepreneurs, because we are a collaborator entity with INCIBE Emprende. Not just for that, because we understand the importance of entrepreneurs in our region, and I think we should help them. We should act as a lever, and I think we can help them a lot to have assessment in such important questions as cybersecurity. But apart from training, what is really important for us is that these entrepreneurs get a clear idea of what they need to do. There's measures to take, and they should be from the beginning of the project, and they should be with them as they grow. So for us to give this kind of message is really important, and is something that day to day, I think, within my organization, we try to say.
Good. So we found out another nexus of uniting our organizations, and we know that you can help us and you can help the companies that also create the security systems and do the training. They can participate in these debates, in these talks that you offer, not only to entrepreneurs, but also companies. Yes, of course, we are available for small companies, entrepreneurs, and everybody that wants to create strategies for cybersecurity. And we are there to help all the network in the companies. It is a wonderful work in León, going towards everybody in the region, everybody that wants to make a business there. Very good. So really, really interesting, Camino. Thank you. Germán, your vision is a bit different, isn't it? Can you tell us a bit more about it? Yes, thank you. Thank you, Yolanda. Thank you, INCIBE, for inviting us. And it's a pleasure to be here in this roundtable. It's really important for cybersecurity to be talking about that. So we, as a development officer, we help smaller business and also people who are looking for a job, people that want to improve their skills. And we have 2 different training programs for different groups. For people who are looking for a job, or the citizens in general, we have a training about cybersecurity. We have different workshops for digital knowledge, and this is for people who are not that comfortable in the digital world, because digital security is not only for companies, but for everybody. We started 4 years ago, and we talk about how to surface the net in a security way, and we have been doing these trainings for many years now, and it's been a success. If you are not comfortable in the digital space, you can come and be trained. And so this is for everybody. And from 2017, we collaborate with INCIBE in different contexts. And right now, we have 2 different plans or actions that we are doing. The first one is workshops and talks that are from 1 to 8 hours long that have 2 goals. The first one is to promote different areas of jobs or companies that want to start projects that improve cybersecurity. And the other part is to make consciousness about cybersecurity, the importance of it, because you have to have it in your own company culture. If you don't, you will have a problem. And Diego and Camino were saying, we're talking about that. We have different workshops for citizens, and citizens do have the interest, but the companies not so much. You have to talk to the company, and you need to understand. You need to talk to them because they think that only the IT people will need this training. But no, actually, everybody in the company needs it. So I think it's a really important thing to talk about that. And the other program that we have with INCIBE is for companies that have a higher business volume and they know that cybersecurity is important and they feel that they are at risk. They want to do this jump, accelerating their business, and they are part of a roadmap training where they can do this jump. And so, for example, we analyze software and different aspects of cybersecurity. And here we have 3 different examples that have participated, and we will hear them today. And also, we define different cybersecurity plans. We are a small to medium-sized company, a service company, and we have all the data in the digital era. And so for us, cybersecurity is important. So we have 2 different goals there. The first one is that we have to have measures to minimize the risk that we may have when there is an attack. And the second goal is if somebody goes towards us and how to solve the problem when there is a security gap. And so from that, we have Office 365 softwares, we have different security tools, and we have also a 2-factor authentication method, and etc. So different tools that help us to improve cybersecurity. Some of them are obvious, but okay. And then we have also the data protection, because all the data are digital now. And to protect data, it means that we are responsible for this data. You need to have a cybersecurity plan, because if not, you may not be complying with laws. And also, for me, what is really important is to give training to our own staff. If you have the best tools, the best knowledge, but people do not know how to use it, it is useless, actually. So to train your own staff, it's really important. And when you start doing it, you feel that it is nice to do, actually. And also, we need to have a plan when something happens. And we need to have also a protocol to understand what happened and what do you do next if you need to shut down the hardwares, if you need to reset everything, if you need what to do actually when something happens. And this is the summary of what we do. Really interesting, Germán. Everything that you have shared. We need to have cybersecurity plans, not only for the IT people, but for all the workers. They need to know everything about the cybersecurity plans and what to do if there is an attack. That somebody needs to coordinate this plan, and everybody from the CEO until the last worker and everybody that has a relationship with the company needs to understand and needs to know the plan and what to do. Good, so let's go to the next round. And let's start with Diego. What risks or challenges and opportunities do you see when elaborating a cybersecurity plan? And if you have already elaborated a plan in your organization, you said before that you didn't, but maybe in your own company you already have a security plan. And so what are the advantages? What are the challenges, the opportunities? Can you talk a bit more about your experience? Well, before I said that AGE is really glad to be here in the panel, but I have to say that AGE is like the smaller child of FELE. FELE was saying that they have 4,000 companies and we have about 120 companies associated to us, and the needs of all these companies is what inspire us to make training available for them. And we are working right now to do a culture change so that they understand that they need to invest in cybersecurity. We, as an association, we haven't done a plan because we depend also on FELE, and we leverage on what they offer. For me, I have a company in the legal sector, and data is confidential and delicate. And so we invest in cybersecurity, but even though we did suffer a cyber attack, and thanks to the INCIBE help, the cyber attack was stopped, was blocked, and we had no damage at all. And we did not get any data extraction, nothing at all. We identified the attack and we got help, and it was INCIBE who gave us a roadmap. Could you say what type of attack was it? Do you know the type? It was a ransomware or like email malware or different? No, sorry, I cannot. I have no idea what type of attack was it. But when we saw that something was wrong, we could ask for help and we needed more security. And this is when we start thinking about different opportunities. Let's create a risk plan so that we can see how to improve and how to enhance not only safety, but also the image. Because in our sector, we know many different companies that have suffered a cyber attack, and this is an attack to their reputation as well. So for us, this was a challenge, and we managed it with prudence, and we need to be cautious when creating a plan. You need to have a risk plan, and that's why we contacted a specialized company and they created the plan, and we trusted them, really. So in case of the Young Association of Businesses, I think that they haven't had this experience before as we did. Lucky them. And we could stop it, but at the moment where these young companies or when the companies see the risk, they need to know that they have to invest, and they need to see the difference between an expense and an investment. Before I said expense, but actually this is an investment, because if you want to have a serious image, a safe image in the market, if you sign this document where you give us the right to have, so that we have your data, so you need to trust us. If you are not trustful, people won't be comfortable signing these documents. So also you need, for example, certificates. Imagine that companies are registered and they have these certificates. I don't know if there is a specific official registry, but what I want to say is that if you are working with serious companies and you are also connected to INCIBE. So people will see you as a trust party. We have the need to invest there. And so about the risks, if you do not invest, you will have a risk, and opportunities. Well, right now we are in the digital era, in a world where the AI is what is in the mouth of everybody, and you can be stolen from your own identity, not only your email, but your voice, everything. I saw that if you say hello or you say yes when somebody calls you, in Spanish we say sí, which is yes, they can copy your voice and they can sign in your own voice. So I always say hello when I pick up the phone. And so this is a moment where we have to understand that cybersecurity is a need for the Eloy companies. Well, yes, that's really good to understand your experiences. It's also important that your associates know that there are companies who have been attacked and everything that can come from there, all the lack of reputation or the loss of trust of their clients. This is important to talk about, and also from INCIBE, we can help. You can call this 017 and talk about any question you may have in your companies. You can call us and talk about what's going on, even as a previous action. We have been receiving many calls that are preventive and not reactive, which is something really positive. Camino, can you talk about your experience? Yes, as Diego was saying, CELE has different associations, and thanks to that, we can have a feedback from the needs of the companies. When we talk about challenges, we think that it's important to go to the origins, to the plan. And we talked about that already, but we believe that the most challenging thing is to create a culture, let's say, or to understand the need of the companies to look for a solution. So there are many cases where the problem is in the level of digitalization of the company, which is low or non-existing. And so cybersecurity, they don't even think about. Also, there is a belief where they think that this won't happen to them because this happens to others, to other sectors, to other types of companies, and they do not have an interest about cybersecurity. They don't have any type of measure, and they do not know the importance of all this. So one of the challenges that we may say is that is to talk about how cybersecurity is simple in many cases. We are not talking about rocket science or a NASA project when sometimes you talk about, yes, you need to have measures for cybersecurity. And, well, they think it's really difficult, but they need to understand that it's not that difficult. It's simple, and it is a need within their company so that they look for the solutions. And also, I may say that I have something personal to say, and this can be extrapolated to FL with different companies and associated companies. I'm not an expert in cybersecurity. We have many professionals that are, and as a user, I did many things that are not okay. For example, I understood that once I have my cell phone, I'm holding my cell phone, I am at risk. I'm vulnerable to all these attacks. So in cybersecurity, we need to think that this is part of our daily life. Thank you, Camino. Germán, do you want to add anything else regarding that topic? Well, I wanted to think a bit about the challenges on cybersecurity because I think we have 4 of them. 90% of cyber attacks are because of a human error. And so a challenge is to start training people because this is the most vulnerable point in the cybersecurity topic. Why 90% of the attacks are due to a human error? Sorry. This is because of 3 different things. First of all, we are changing, where digitalization is like a tsunami. We are changing everything, how we shop, how we relate to each other, how we pay our taxes, etc. So this means that we have new tools, and once we know how to manage these tools, we need to understand that there are many actualizations and new platforms. And so there are many different tools, and we are not able to assimilate all that. We cannot manage that much change. And so we are living also an era of immediateness. So we have to answer immediately, and immediateness, or really this speed and security are not aligned. You need to think about things, and you need to stop for a bit and think. And also, we are living a paradox where in the real world, we have a lot of protection on our children and young people, but in the digital world, we leave them do whatever they want, and we do not take care of what they are doing in the digital space. So the parents do not know how to protect their children on the digital space. So we do not know how to do it, and the world is changing so fast, and we cannot adapt that fast. We believe that we are safe, and as Camino said, people think, no, this won't ever happen to me, but it does. And the next big challenge that we have is to have professionals that can help us. If we have the help, for example, imagine that we have this growth in Spain and we are helping 1% of the sector. But here we see 2 challenges, and the first one is that the good people go fast, but the criminals go faster. We are talking about 9 billion euros that they move. The criminals move that much money. So imagine how much it is for the companies. And when you ask the companies, what is stopping you from growth, they will say it's hard to have professionals that allow this growth to happen. So this is the second big challenge. We need to have people, experts in cybersecurity. Also, as Camino and Diego were saying, we need to talk about it with companies because this is a part of the business. This is not something only for the NASA or something like that. And To conclude, I think we have a challenge as a society to talk about the importance of cybersecurity in the present world, because in the 80s in Spain, 6,000 people died in car accidents, and DGT, we're doing some campaigns against that, and right now we are the safest country on the road, and so we need to do campaigns as well regarding cybersecurity. When you have a company, when you have a business, companies may break because of cyber attack. There are many fields which are quite vulnerable, so it's important to understand. And I would like to finish as a Mr. Wonderful quote: to protect your company is not expensive. The most expensive thing is not to do so. So, yes, thank you, Germán. Interesting ideas. We would love to be hearing your ideas for a lot of time, but we have now to hear the experiences of entrepreneurs that through accelerated companies in Emprende program. So with Hector, Modular DS, can you talk about your experience? Thank you, Yolanda. I'm gonna talk briefly. We are a startup from León, and we are creating a tool for digital professionals with which you can do your maintenance of the websites, because to do the maintenance of websites is a reason. Safety is the reason why to do so, and we offer to our clients different functionalities, for example, backup copies, security analysis, etc. And for us, it's important to be safe as well. We manage about 40,000 websites in many different countries, and we have a lot of data. So to have all to be safe, it's fundamental. And we also have the help of different partners that established systems and protocols to be able to block attacks. So thank you for inviting us. Yes, you have a lot of data. This data is safe with you. Yes, we hope so. José Manuel Fernández from Gestión Integral. Good morning. Can you hear me? Yes, I'll give you the mic. Good morning. Thank you for inviting me. I'm gonna be brief. I want to say two things. Our two sales method and access method right now is been developing with INCIBE and DLF. We are doing testing and etc. to have structures and improve our security levels that the market asks us. Since everything that you're saying is cybersecurity is something about data extraction. I don't know if you know secondary brokers, which is to resell tickets. This is the fights that we are fighting right now in our market. So basically, when you have an event like a concert, there will be some bots of another company, and they will buy 50% of the tickets. And at the moment when they have the tickets, they will attack your website so that their website is down, and they will sell it in the secondary market. It's like a result of the tickets. This is something that happens a lot. The clients are the ones that pay for it as well. And we are talking to strengthen the structure so the bots cannot operate on the websites, and the websites can just be safe. Thank you, José Manuel. Diego, we can end with you. We don't have much time. Diego is the technical director of technical research. Can you talk a bit about your experience? Thank you. I think I need a mic. So thank you. First of all, I would like to say thank you for inviting me and your work, because this is helping us to open our eyes and to understand how exposed we are, how many risks are there in terms of digital security. And with the project TEDE, we work in the mobility sector. We do traffic control, and we offer different technological solutions to optimize control and supervision of the roads. And through the accelerating program, we have been growing and accelerating our value proposal. We have as a final client public administrations, so this is a must for us. And this is why to have a security plan is something that is obliged for any company. This allows us to have a roadmap that is clear of what are the needs that we have and what actions we need to do to minimize risks and impacts. For us, even though we believed we had a good starting point in terms of security, both interior for us and also for our clients, we have a customized plan right now, because it's important to have in mind that we need to have the support of the administration and also to have the support of different experts so that they help you understand what's your starting point and what actions to do. Like Pareto law says, you have to focus in this part where you can maximize your results. And this is what we've done. For example, we minimize our vulnerabilities in the services that we offer. Also, we want to continue on working on that, improving our security. And yes, that's it. Sorry, I apologize because we do not have that much time, and we wanted to hear more about your success examples. But anyhow, I wanted to say thank you for being here. Cybersecurity is not only a challenge, but an opportunity, and everybody can do it. Thank you for coming to our social forum. We appreciate it. Thank you. So let's have a break, and we will come back at 11:30. We wanted to ask that you leave the room, and we'll see you at 11:30. Thank you very much.
Hola. Vamos a empezar
Hi,
esta
we are
última fase,
going
pero
to
antes de
start
dar
this
comienzo a
next
lo
phase,
que
but
viene después,
before
vamos a ver un poquito del
starting,
balance de ENISE.
let's see what has been done at ENISE.
Amigas, amigos, presentes en el auditorio y los que estáis online.
Present on the
Hemos llegado
auditorium,
al momento, me voy a poner aquí.
participants on streaming,
Hemos llegado al momento más importante
we
de esta
arrived to the
19ª
most
edición de
important
ENISE.
moment on this 19th
3 días
edition of
intensos que
ENISE.
hemos vivido en la ciudad de
3
León,
really intense days we've lived here in León,
que ha visto crecer a INCIBE. Y
city that
que,
has seen
perdón, que ha visto crecer a
ENCIBE
INCIBE, que es sinónimo de
grow,
ciberseguridad.
and
No sé
it's
por
a synonym of cybersecurity. I don't know
Y,
why, but it is.
Es sinónimo de ciberseguridad con el
It's a
compromiso
synonym of
del Gobierno de
cybersecurity
España
with
por la
the engagement of
transformación
the government for digital
digital. Para poner
transformation
un broche final a
in
este
Spain.
evento,
So in order to
contamos
conclude
con,
this
tenemos el honor
event,
de contar con la
we have
presencia
the honor
del
of having the
presidente del
presence
Gobierno,
of the
Pedro
President of the
Sánchez.
government, Pedro Sánchez.
Lo siento.
Bueno, buenos días a la ciudad de León.
Good morning.
Al ministro, a Óscar López,
Thanks
al
to the
secretario de
city of
Estado,
León,
Antonio,
Oscar
al delegado del
López,
Gobierno,
to the
al
delegate of
director
the
general de
government,
INCIBE,
general
a todas las
director of
autoridades,
INCIBE, all of the
los representantes de las
authorities,
fuerzas y
all of
cuerpos
the
de seguridad del Estado que
representative
nos,
of the
que
law
nos acompañan.
enforcement
En
that are
definitiva,
here
señoras y
present.
señores,
In
para
definitive,
mí, creo que
ladies
es
and
nuestro honor
gentlemen,
el poder participar
I
en
think
este
it's an
encuentro
honor
internacional.
to
Quiero
be able to
subrayarlo
participate in
internacional,
this Congress,
porque me parece
because
que
I
España,
think
y me lo comentaba
that
antes el director,
Spain,
con
as the
esta
director was
feria que se
saying,
convierte en la
with
más
this
importante de toda
event
Europa,
that is the most
demuestra que
important
está a la
for all of
vanguardia
Europe,
en uno
we
de los
show that
desafíos
we
más
are
importantes
the
que tiene
pioneers with
el
one of
conjunto
the
de nuestra
biggest
sociedad, y
challenges
es
of
protegernos
our
en el
society.
mundo
It
ciber.
protects
Se
us
van a
on the
cumplir
cyberspace.
dos décadas
We're going to
desde
have
que
2
un
decades
gobierno de España,
since a
el último
government
año
of
precisamente,
Spain,
presidido por un leonés, he encontrado
which
a su
was
hermano también por aquí,
which
que
was
estará
led by a
entre
person
nosotros
of
ahora,
Lyon.
pero
I don't know if
José Luis Rodríguez
him,
Zapatero
but it's going
decidiera
to be
ubicar
here, but
aquí
Jose
la sede del Instituto
Luis
Nacional
Rodríguez
de Tecnología
Zapatero
de la
founded
Comunicación, lo que
the
llamamos
headquarters
INCIBE.
here of
Aquella
what is
elección
INCIBE.
convirtió
That
a esta
lesson
ciudad, a la ciudad de León, en
made
un
the
referente
city
de
of
ciberseguridad,
León a
tanto en España
reference
como en
on
Europa.
cybersecurity in
Por eso
Spain
decía, y
and
es lo que me
in
gustaría
Europe as
subrayar,
well.
fue una apuesta valiente
This was
por la
a big
vertebración y la cohesión
investment for the
territorial
vertebration
y, por
and
tanto,
territorial
superar viejos
cohesion
centralismos que, por desgracia,
and
también han
avoid
mermado
the
la capacidad de
centralisms
crecimiento, de
that
creación de
were
oportunidades en el conjunto de
slowing
nuestro
down
país.
the
Una
opportunity
apuesta
creation
a
in
la que el
Spain.
Ejecutivo de
This is
España
something,
ha
an
dado
investment that the
continuidad
government
durante estos
Spain
años.
has
Hoy, por
continued
ejemplo, la Agencia
throughout the
de
years. For
Supervisión
example, we
de la
have the
Inteligencia Artificial, la
surveillance
primera que se ha creado en el
agency,
mundo,
the first
está
that has been
situada
created in the
en la
world,
ciudad
and that is
gallega
its
de A Coruña. La
headquarters in
Agencia
A Coruña,
Espacial Española
the
en la capital
aerospatial
de Andalucía, en
agency
Sevilla, o
in
el Centro de
Seville,
Datos
Andalusia,
de la
or
Seguridad
the
Social
data center
en
for the
la
security of
ciudad
the
de
society
Soria.
in
Así es
Soria.
como se cohesiona, como
This
se
is how
vertebra
we
un
create
país
cohesion,
con
how we
solidaridad y
vertebrate
con
a
compromiso
country
con los
with
territorios, apostando por la
engagement
presencia
with
de
the different
agencias,
regions
instituciones públicas
and
y de centros
fostering
punteros
public
como es el INCIBE
institutions
en toda
such as
nuestra
INCIBE
geografía.
in all of our
Hoy, señoras y
territory.
señores, yo creo que somos todos muy
Today,
conscientes
I think we are
de las
really
oportunidades
conscious
que brinda la
of the
digitalización.
opportunities
Pero
of
también tiene su
digitalizations,
revés, son
but
las vulnerabilidades
we
que puede
also
crear
have
esas
the
oportunidades.
vulnerabilities that
Nuestra
can
vida, si lo
be
decimos en términos
can
coloquiales, está
emerge
en la
in these
nube, y
situations.
algo así no solo
Everything is
proporciona
on the
ventajas,
cloud,
que las tiene,
and this has
es evidente que
its
también expone
advantages,
a riesgos.
but we also are exposed to risks like this. We have been sharing these 3 days of conference, all of these kind of subjects, but in 2024, our country should manage hundreds of thousands of cyber incidents. INCIBE faced 100,000 of them. So one incident every 3 days in 2024. So we must give a strong response because it's the future of companies and people that is at stake. And I see when collaborating with these startups and companies that operate here, we should be more determined, more aware, and with more resources. Here is when I want to frame the industrial and technological plan, which has been approved this year, and that addresses one of each 10 euros to cybersecurity. Millions of euros invested in order to give a response to the engagement of Spain to arrive to 2% of the GDP invested in defense. Regarding the conceptualization of the plan, it's not just going to be a defense plan, but also industrial and technological for security and cybersecurity. This is not out of nowhere. We should have a more integral approach when talking about defense. From what we normally are talking about when talking about threats to security. One of each 10 euros is going to be addressed to cybersecurity. So 1.157 billion euros. And this talks a lot about the management capacity of the ministry, led by Oscar López, as well as the Ministry of Defense. So, to these efforts, we are going to join 40 million of the INCIBE Emprende program addressed to improve talent in this sector. Cybersecurity exists in order to guarantee better protection, that I think everyone is conscious about its importance. For example, in other stands, they talk to me about the usage of applications regarding AI. So it's not just protecting our democracy, so protect the security and existence of our countries in this geopolitical context that we are going through currently. We are talking as well about the daily life of our people, our companies. So an attack, such as the recent ones that stop air mobility, can ruin holidays of hundreds of millions of people that deserve to rest. So stop also supply chain of people that are waiting to make business or exposing our data. This has an economical and social impact. So we have a big challenge of these threats that is only comparable to the damage it can cause. There are different estimations that consider that the cybercrime implies $10.5 billion loss. So it's 6 times more than the GDP of Spain. Spain is doing its job. Maybe we can do more, but we are working on it. We are working more on cybersecurity, and our capacities are over the average. And this result is not just something that came out of nowhere. It's the result of strategy, planning, combined with anticipation and fostering of cooperation between the public and private sector. Our model tries to mitigate risks ensure a coordinated response. And I want to highlight 4 pillars of our intervention. First, a legal and governance framework that is robust and is well known internationally. Spain is among the most engaged countries in cybersecurity. We are classified on Tier 1 in the last global index regarding cybersecurity and telecommunications. We have a consistent legal framework based on skill development and also on cooperation. We also have reference institutions, for example, INCIBE, or also the National Cryptological Center or the Joint Cyberspace Agency. Now we need to go further than that, and I want to just announce that we're going to reinforce the cooperations and force of our cybersecurity system with the creation of the Cybersecurity National Center, which is going to have its headquarters joined in the presidents of the government. This is added up to the National Cybersecurity Strategy and the plan for 2026. It's going to have 3 main pillars centered on secure cybersecurity. Objectives: 1, reinforce the cybersecurity ecosystem. 2nd, foster innovation. And third of all, improve investments. With this first pillar, we have this objective that key infrastructures, essential service, for example, health services, water, digital administrations. So all of these key services that depend on digital services connected to hospital, water treatment stations. So we should protect all of these key premises with technology. And this means we cannot avoid 1 single euro, because it's essential to invest in our citizens' lives. That's why it's so important for the government Spain to have this operational center for the security and the woman, which counts with 15 million next EU generation funds. And it's connected devices, dispositives. And also, talking with the representatives of the big companies, they told me that we should make more pedagogy, making that the SMEs and all of the citizens know about the importance of a cybercrime, all of the consequences, because it's when it happens that we realize of the importance of the cyberculture awareness and the need of all of these guarantees. It's important, the work of INCIBE in León, and it's absolutely key. From the center, there is an excellent job that's been done for accompanying companies, professionals, also citizens that can suffer things like ID theft, fraud, types of crimes that are more and more frequent nowadays. I also want to recognize the importance of INCIBE in this question, because the consequences of these attacks are traumatic for those that suffer them. Not just economically wise, also reputationally wise. So we should go to the next step and foster auto protection and also training and prevention as well. I want to ask for your help to the public sector that is aware, also the private sector represented by you that is also aware. In this line, I think the Digital Transformation Ministry is essential, because they've signed agreements with universities such the Salamanca University that has also an AI applied to cybersecurity training. Also, we should capture the investments in cybersecurity. Spain is already doing it. We are leaders in doing it. We do it with the green energy, but we also want to capture foreign investments linked to digitalization in Spain. Also, thanks to the development of critical infrastructures, we've been positioned where we always wanted to be, with a clear node of interconnectivity in Europe. We have an extraordinary infrastructure of communication. When I talk to foreign investors, I talk about expansion of 5G technology. I realize that we make a better effort to promote ourselves because this is the main advantages of our countries. We are precisely leaders in connection by fiber with a 5G network that is going to arrive to 100% of our population in 2026. We are the second country of the world with more cybersecurity centers, and we participate with strategic projects that reinforce this technological sovereignty. For example, through submarine cables that join Spain with the US and Africa. Also, with cables that join Europe and the US. You've seen the International Monetary Fund. They've talked about the growing of our economy. In 2025, we're going to grow 2.9%. Next year, we're going to grow 2%. So we're growing this year 2.5 times more. And we have all of the conditions to continue this progress on digital transformation, energetic transformation, and capturing of foreign investment, international talent, to continue fostering those levers for competitiveness, present and future, in the present and in the future. This is a substantial part of our growing, and we need to have inspiring companies that want to join us. I think the cybersecurity sector is trustable and avoids economic losses, big economic losses. So I just can help to myself, and I just can say thank you for all of the work you do for the rest of society. You avoid the loss of more than 3 billion euros a year. So this is 3 times more than some years ago. And this is something that is going to continue during the next years. Our companies have improved their budget assigned to cybersecurity. There's more and more entrepreneurs that are aware of the risks of not having any cybersecurity barriers. And these companies then have improved 62% their budgets, 12% only in 2024. And there is something more important than that. And today, there is more than 128,000 professionals that are working on cybersecurity. And I think this number is going to increase. So that's important what we're doing in this Ministry of Training and Vocational Training, when we are improving our offers of training on cybersecurity. This is what we want to do from the government of Spain. We want what we want to improve. We want to foster talent and innovation
de España en el siglo
the
XXI.
two main pillars that represent Spain on the 21st century. So you can be really proud to belong to a sector that is an inspiring one, and we're proud to of as a country.
Probablemente el mejor de nuestros futuros, ¿no? No solo
This
nuestras
is the
empresas,
better
nuestros
projection
trabajadores y
of our
trabajadoras
future,
nacionales, sino
not
también
just for our
las de más
workers.
de 40 países, los
So for the
inversores
more than
internacionales también, a los cuales
40
quiero dar las gracias por creer
countries
en
that I want
España,
to thank
están aquí y que contribuyen
because they
a
invest
la
in
creación,
Spain
a la
and
consolidación
because
y
they
al desarrollo
contribute
de
to the
nuestro
consolidation
ecosistema
and
de ciberseguridad.
development of our
Concluyo
cybersecurity
dando las
system.
gracias, por supuesto,
I conclude
una vez más a la ciudad
thanking
de León
again
por
the city of Lyon
hospitalidad. Estoy
because of the
convencido no solamente a los
hospitality.
representantes del gobierno de España,
I
sino al conjunto de
want to
las
thank the
empresas,
representatives
empresarios,
of the
empresarias
government
que
of
están aquí
Spain,
presentes.
representatives of the
Pero lo
companies,
quiero hacer con una reflexión
and I want
final.
to
Y es
share
que la
a last
ciberseguridad
reflection.
de un país garantiza algo
Cybersecurity
esencial,
of a
y
country
es que la
guarantees
tecnología
something that is
siempre frente
essential.
a las personas y nunca al
Technology is
revés.
always useful,
Yo creo que es
should
muy
always be
importante
useful to
saberlo y
people, and
conocer
not the other way
como
around.
ciudadanos, como también,
It's important to know
en mi
this
caso,
as a
como presidente
citizens
del gobierno a la
and
hora
also for
de aplicar las
myself
políticas
as a
públicas.
president of the
Porque ese es el
government. I need
verdadero
to take it in
sentido del
account when
progreso que
creating
queremos.
public
Poner la
policies. This is what
tecnología
we want,
al
to
servicio
put
del bien
technology
común
at
y
the
no el bien
service
común
of
al
the
servicio de
common
una tecnología
welfare,
que evidentemente puede,
not
bueno, pues
putting our
vincularnos, como
common
decíamos,
welfare at the service of
extraoficialmente y nunca con el
technology
interés de la mayoría.
that is not
Ninguna
related with
sociedad,
the
evidentemente, está libre de
interests of the
amenazas, lo sabemos muy
majority.
bien.
There is no
Tampoco
society
la
free
nuestra.
of
Pero es
threats.
un orgullo decir
We are
que
not
aquí
the
en
exception.
España,
And,
particularmente aquí en
but
León,
I'm proud to
bueno,
say
pues
that
nuestro
here
país
in
está
Spain,
preparado
we are
como el que
prepared
más para hacer frente a este tipo de amenazas.
more than any
En
other
buena
country
medida,
to make
gracias
all these
a
kind of
todos y
activities. So
todas
thank you,
ustedes.
everyone.
Nada más y muchas gracias.
And this is all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Gracias, presidente. Un placer.
Thank you very much.
Bueno, vamos a continuar ahora con el bloque 3 de este
Let's
día destinado
continue
al foro
with
social,
the third
dedicado
block
a colectivos vulnerables y
dedicated
cómo se
to
asocia con la
vulnerable
ciberseguridad.
collective.
Pero será dentro de 5 minutos.
And it's
Gracias.
going to be in 5 minutes.
ver, vamos a pedir un pelín de
So
silencio a la gente que está
we'll
más cerca del
ask
auditorio para que
for a bit of silence
el
so
próximo foro se
that
pueda escuchar
the next forum
desde
can
el
be
auditorio.
heard from
Bloque
the
3 de este
auditorium.
día del Foro Social,
So
colectivos
right
vulnerables
now we'll have
dentro de la
vulnerable
ciudadanía y
groups
su relación
within
con la
citizenship
ciberseguridad.
and their
Esta mesa
relationship
nos
with
invita a reflexionar
cybersecurity. In this table,
sobre cómo la
we
ciberseguridad
are
debe de estar al
invited
servicio de las
to
personas y
reflect on
especialmente de
how
las que más
cybersecurity
lo
is in
necesitan.
service of
Contamos
those
con la
groups who
presencia de
most need it.
Cristian
And we'll
Suárez,
have Cristian
experto en
Suárez,
accesibilidad
expert
tecnológica de la
in
Fundación ONCE.
technological
Adelante,
accessibility in
Cristian.
ONCE Foundation.
Reyes
Please,
Rebellado,
Christian. And then we'll have Reyes
directora autonómica de
Rebellado. She's
Inclusión
the
Social de
director,
Cruz Roja
regional
Española. Bienvenida.
director of social inclusion in the
María José
Spanish Red
García,
Cross. Maria
presidenta de la
José
Fundación de
García,
Familias
president of
Monoparentales.
Foundation for Single Parent Families.
Encarnación Iglesias, presidenta de
Encarnación
la Asociación
Iglesias,
Stop
president
Violencia
of
de Género
Stop
Digital.
Association for Digital Gender Violence.
Modera la mesa
And we'll
nuestro
have as a
compañero de INCIBE,
moderator our
Daniel
colleague
Firvida,
from INCIBE, Daniel
responsable de
Firvida.
concienciación
He is
para la
responsible of
ciudadanía.
citizen
Dani, la mesa es
awareness.
vuestra.
Danny, you have the floor.
Hola, buenos días a todos.
Hello, good
Bueno,
morning.
creo que es un honor abrir hoy esta
It's
mesa
an
redonda
honor
sobre la protección a los
to
colectivos
open
vulnerables
this
en un entorno
roundtable
digital, ¿vale?
about protecting
Lo
the
mencionábamos
vulnerable
justo ahora,
groups
¿no?
in
La
the
ciberseguridad al final no solo se trata de
cyberspace.
tecnología, sino que se trata de
Cybersecurity is not only
personas.
about technology,
Estas
but about
son las que son las
people.
víctimas de las amenazas,
And there
las
are
que
people
hay
who
que
are
proteger
victims
y atender,
of risks, and we have to
concienciarlas
protect,
también y dotarlas
educate,
de herramientas
and make
y darles los
awareness and
derechos
give
las
them
personas.
tools, because
Entonces,
people
creo que
have
esto es algo
rights.
que
And
todos
I
podemos
believe
entender
that we all can understand that.
como personas todos también
And
podemos ser en algún
as
momento
humans,
vulnerables.
we can be
Podemos ser
vulnerable in
personas
many different
mayores, podemos ser
situations.
inmigrantes, podemos ser
We
víctimas de
can
violencia
be
digital y
immigrants, we
todos
can be
merecemos ese espacio
elderly, we
digital
can be victims of
seguro, accesible e inclusivo.
violence in the
¿Vale?
nets, and
En este
everything has to
panel
be
pretendemos
inclusive
hablar de
and
todo esto,
safe.
de cómo la
We want to talk
ciberseguridad
about that, about
puede
how,
y debe
how
servir para proteger a las
cybersecurity
personas,
has to
sus
protect
derechos, a
people
garantizar esa
from their
confianza, a
rights,
garantizar la dignidad de todos
to
en un entorno digital.
protect
Y
their
contamos para eso
dignity
pues,
in the
con
digital
grandes
space. And we
expertos
have
que nos van a hablar
reference
de
here
todo
with
esto.
us that will talk about
Con
all
Reyes,
that. We'll have
Reyes Revelado, directora
Reyes
autonómica de Inclusión
Rebellado.
Social de
She's
Cruz
the
Roja.
Regional
Gracias.
Director of Spanish
Cristian,
Red Cross.
experto en
Christian,
accesibilidad tecnológica de la
expert
Fundación
in
11.
technological accessibility in
María,
the ONCE Foundation.
presidenta
We have
de la
Maria,
Fundación de Familias Monoparentales
President
se
of
arrancan.
the
Y con
Foundation for
Encarnación
Single Parent
Iglesias, presidenta
Families,
de la Asociación
and
Stop Violencia
Encarnación
Digital.
Iglesias
¿Vale?
from Stop Violencia
Y nada, empiezo
Digital.
con Reyes de
And
Cruz Roja.
we
Cruz
start
Roja,
with
sois un
Reyes
referente
from the Red
mundial, ¿no?
Cross. You are a
En
referent
toda la
around the
asistencia
world
humanitaria, en todo el
in
trabajo
human
social.
assistance, in
Desde
everything
vuestra
that has to do
experiencia, ese
with
trabajo con
humanitarian
colectivos en
work. And
situación de
from your
vulnerabilidad social,
experience
¿qué riesgos
working with
digitales
vulnerable
detectáis
groups,
con
what
más
risks
frecuencia?
do
¿Y cuál
you
es la mejor estrategia un poco
see?
para
And what is
abordarlos,
the best
para abordar estos
strategy
riesgos?
to answer these risks? And I would like to say thank you for inviting me to this panel and say welcome to our colleagues that are here with us. It's a privilege to have a voice in such a special and important space and to represent these vulnerable groups that we here work for. And so about your question, so what are the risks for vulnerable groups? We are talking about specific risks depending on the group that we are talking about, on this affected group. These risks are not only because of the security, but also the access of human rights. We are talking about the digital gap, not only regarding the incapacity of the access to really have access to the internet, and also the first reasons of digital inclusion. We are talking as well as cybercrime that we all can be victim of, and with more intensive levels, we have behavior risks because some groups are exposed to cybercrime. The content also, in some cases, We have language barriers, physical barriers, and many groups are manipulated by the algorithms as well. And we have other risks that are more technical, because access to technological supports, and when we talk about economical vulnerability, some people have obsolete hardware or with hardware with less security barriers. And what do we have to do? And where should we focus on? It's really important to focus on information on education. Has to be customized and adapted to the specificities of the groups, because it's not the same to work with young people than to work with the elderly or to work with immigrants. And it is important to have accessible designs in technology for everybody, to minimize barriers and to improve understandable of the digital spaces. Also, to have a proactive cybersecurity that protects specifically hardwares or policies, that value the digital spaces. And it is really important as well, and it is represented here in the Congress, everything that has to do with synergies between public sector and private sector, the collaboration with public administrations and companies, and also universities that invite the third sector to be part of the measures and the things that we can do. Thank you. And you talked about barriers and sensibility. Christian, from ONCE Foundation, you are leaders in the integration for people with disabilities. And one of your goals is to make cybersecurity accessible to everyone. What are these barriers that you are expert, that you find that people with disabilities can really understand how to use the digital space? I would like to say thank you for inviting us and to be part of the panel. And Reyes talked about that, and I can talk a bit more about that, because we are not in a good place at the moment yet. We have to improve the accessibility in that space. We see many barriers, and people with disabilities, they use tools, and for example, some devices cannot understand the characteristics of a person with a specific disability, and so they cannot use a specific resource. And as Reyes said, people with intellectual disabilities, they can use elements that have to do with cybersecurity, that need, for example, the reading of documents. If they are not adapted to facial recognition, it is quite complicated for them to use. And also in the bank system, you are required to have a lot of apps that substitute the physical presence of somebody in the bank. This is complicated as well. So we need to have a balance there. The attention regarding technology is really nice, but if it is adapted to the needs of each user, usability must be adapted to the characteristics of everybody, because if not, we have new barriers, and these barriers cannot be really, we cannot go towards the tools that we need, and the characteristics of people are really different. Of course, there are some devices or some technologies that are hard for everybody. It doesn't matter if you have a disability or not. From Stop Digital, you also talk about one of the risks that we are having right now. It's about gender violence. And what are the risks and what is the role of cybersecurity there. So as my colleague said, I would like to say thank you for inviting me, and thank you also to give voice to this problem that we have, that we citizens have. In terms of gender-based violence, to use internet is quite common to attack the victim through spying software, messages, etc. So it is a tool to be violent without being physically violent. And we see that there is a great problem in general in society that people do not understand that this is a type of violence, a real one, and they do not make a complaint, they do not report it, they don't see that they are a victim of it because they do not know it. So there are in many situations, we think people know how to protect themselves, but really when you talk about minimum security measures, you empower them because they didn't know about that. People think that everybody can protect themselves, but this is a mistake. We lack an education in general in society, and also the norms and everything that has to do with you being able to say whatever you want in the social media. This is a problem, and we have to answer to this situation fast. Thank you. Maria, you in Single Parent Families Foundation, you work with single parent families. In many cases, it's a woman that has, it might be immigrant, it might be somebody that is a victim of gender violence. How these social situations affect the digital risks that they may face as a family. Can we help them, or what is the role of cybersecurity to protect them? Thank you. Thank you for inviting us to this important panel. We are a small association from León, so thank you very much. I wanted to say something in favor of the single parent families because I'm done with the stigmatization of poor people. In internet, we have found many campaigns against single parent families, and I want to say that we are a family as any other, and social exclusion and poorness is not the same. Poverty is not the same, and anybody can be a victim of social exclusion for many different reasons. So yes, we work with different women, immigrant women. Before, we didn't have such a thing as a single parent family. We had only single mothers. And this comes from this. Sometimes it was seen as something illegal. So when we work with single parent families, we did the same as we used to do with single mothers. For us, the new technologies are really important. We discovered that our website was created in the 98. Somebody that helped us as a volunteer. We saw that it was an opportunity to really have a voice in Spain, and we did give training regarding technologies and the use of computers in our center. And we have classes with different generations where we can invite people from around the world, immigrants from other places that have experience with all the challenges that immigrants face when they arrive here. Many of those are women, and for us it's important because many women from Colombia and Venezuela come to the center, and also from the northern part of Africa. And we are a rural area in Spain. Also, we have people from Romania, etc. We have a feminist perspective, but something that worries me, that concerns me about feminism in Spain, is that I do not see how women from different countries be integrated in the Spanish feminist groups and that they can participate there. For us, it's a challenge because we have different programs from 2005 to 2005 that what we want is to unite groups from Spain and from abroad, and we see how the digital space makes a gap between that too. Women do not take that much care of data, and I think that this is important for everybody because data means money. Yes, you talked about digital gap or gaps in general. It is one of the challenges that we can face. In terms of inequality, we see economical gaps, language gaps, accessibility gaps, and we have many reasons why somebody can be vulnerable. And we also have the digital gap. So I wanted to ask about that to everybody. Is the digital gap a risk factor in terms of security in itself? As Christian said, cybersecurity with CAPTCHA, for example, helps or becomes a barrier, and how to minimize these barriers for vulnerable groups. I do not agree because a gap in the digital, everybody that has a device means that we don't have a great gap. Everybody, 98% of the population has a device with internet access. I do not see this type of gap, but I do see an educational gap because everybody knows how to use internet, but they do not know what are the safety measures there. So we are talking about an educational gap and not an access to the digital world, because I think that few people do not have internet. Of course, there are some countries that have a greater gap, but some countries, they don't even not have water or food, but they do have internet. So there is a gap or a lack in education and not in the digital access. I believe that this gap doesn't exist anymore. How do you see it, Reyes? Well, from the perspective that education is a key point so that the gap diminishes, because without education, it is impossible to use technology in a proper way. We are talking about usability. Here is a key point. And it is true that we have Access WU, where we have workshops and training programs to talk about accessibility, and we also have digital talent, which is one of our roles to train people with disabilities in metadata and etc. in many different things. But so this gap is diminishing. However, we need the technology to have these values. So companies that foster this type of security services, if they do not understand that the users that will be using their tools have different needs that are not the same as the rest of the citizenships, and they do not take into account the individualities and the characteristics of people. And I'm not only talking about disabilities, but also it might be that if you break your arm, you don't have the same ability to access internet if you had no accident. So it doesn't need to be a permanent disability. I will say something different than Carmen, because I have to disagree there, because the universal access to the digital space is not a reality yet in Spain. And it is not because we have specificities in our geography where we have different gray areas of connection. And the rural area is specifically a victim of that. In León, rural areas, we have some spaces where there is no connection at all. We don't even have a phone signal, so it's because of our geographic characteristics. And the digital gap is not something that has been solved yet, and neither the rights gap, because when we do have connection, when we do have devices, we also see that there are other problems, such as that the connection is through obsolete devices that cannot guarantee a safe use. And also, in some profiles, there is a great degree of dependence on third parties. So, for example, I can have a device, but I cannot understand the language, or I need help to request an appointment somewhere. So, in this moment where I need help for that, we are facing risks of abuse. And we are talking about the elderly as well. Many people, they do have internet at home and they do have devices, but they do not have the network that allows them to transition to the digital space or the autonomous usability capacity. And in ONU in 2011, they talked about the digital rights as an extension of human rights. And from there, we have the agreement or the manifesto of the digital rights in Spain. And we see many different groups vulnerable for many specific situations that they do face a gap there. And even though for the digital borns, you see, sometimes you see that digital borns they do have digital capacities, but actually in the young people, they are victims of algorithm manipulations, for example. So we see that we have a way to go, and we need to make a commitment to really go towards a better future in these terms. I can see that there is a gap there. Most of them have a device and they can access a cell phone, but it's not the same as to have internet at home. Devices, cell phones, are obsolete. They need this device to do many public requests and to have access to the public administration. And sometimes these cell phones are not powerful enough. They don't have the capacity to do those things. And so we can see that many of the problems that we face is that in these groups, there are, for example, Facebook groups or informal WhatsApp groups where they can find the information. But I see a gap in terms of the device that they use to access internet. It's not the same to do all these administrative things that they need to do through a cell phone than through a laptop, for example. In many cases, it's not possible to do it through the cell phones. And you talked about something important, the education. So the awareness, it is something obvious, because we need to understand not only how to protect ourselves, but also how to diminish the risks of violence in the internet. And cybersecurity is the way to protect yourself and to be able to identify
Y lo que quería preguntaros es qué tipo de educación
the
de
threats that we may face. And so in terms of cybersecurity, what are the challenges that they face? Do you think that we should adapt the tools to these groups? Are there synergies with different tools or groups? How do you treat the thing about cybersecurity? Well, training on cybersecurity must be customized to the user, because if they cannot access the content, they will not be able to really use it. And we do have trainings with the public in general, but each user needs to understand differently the concepts that we can share. Without information, it is impossible to have the optimal use of the internet. And as Reyes said, we have to understand that different groups must find the way to be autonomous, because it's not enough to have a safe space if I depend on someone else. So I believe that cybersecurity must also allow the user to be autonomous and to not fear of doing something wrong and losing all their money. So they need to be safe, and they need to think that they can do it alone and without fearing of doing something wrong. So we have to be able to train people so that they can use the internet comfortably. Also, we need to adapt functionalities to everybody and all the different needs that people may have. So this is important, because if not, we are fostering a bigger gap, actually, and a differentiation on how we interact with the digital space. So to have a training specifically for the needs of everybody, and to be able to adapt the tools to each discapacity profile is a synergy that must be enhanced, and we must adapt to everybody. In terms of the victims of violence, there is a need of the educational system there. What we find is a basic need in women that mostly women, some men too, but they do not know how to change a password, for example. They do not know what is a double factor authentication. So what we do is when we welcome them, for example, we need to do a digital divorce. They need, for example, they need to know how to block somebody from their apps, and in some cases, laptops are for different users. We do not change passwords, and for example, their ex might have their passwords and their credit card passwords, their bank account passwords, etc. So cybersecurity is really basic there. We didn't see how the user is using all these apps, and if they do not have the basic information on that, well, you have to see how they are doing it and what is the needs there, because we see that it's quite basic. We sometimes believe that everybody knows how to do these things, but it's not the case. And we have really to understand how to answer this. You talked about digital borns, and I don't like that word actually, because if you do not train them on what is correct and what isn't. They won't know, and they need to understand the consequences that they will have, because, for example, an image in internet, it's dangerous. We know that, but we can see how minors are, well, pictures from minors are on the social networks, and so they do not know the real danger that is there. And so we have many things to do in the basic level. We do not need to go in a technical level or a specification of anything else. We need to understand the basic needs of people. So from the crossroad, how do you do it? When we talk about what should we talk about, the educational programs, for example, so we see that there is a basic need because of the specificities of the population, but also we talk about data protection, how important it is to configure your privacy settings when you are in a social network, for example, and to be able to change the settings that the app tells you to do, for example. So the threats management as well. When you receive an SMS, what does it mean? How do I know if it's malware or if it's phishing or something like that? So also, as this is for everybody, not just for the vulnerable groups. And also the awareness of digital reputation, what you expose, what you share. It is also important, and you need to think before publishing something. This is something that we work not only with the young people, but also with the elderly, what to share and what to not share. And also something important is to understand what are the channels, what tools we have, what are the help that exists if something happens. For example, we have a priority channel if you need to ask to take down a picture, for example, and many other channels that you need to call when there is a security gap. And this is where we are focusing, because the world in the digital space really changes fast. And right now we are also incorporating AI systems. And what happens when we share all this information to AI? Maria, in terms of the single-parent families, what are the needs of this population? Yes, they do have specific needs. We believe that we need a basic and practical training in the use of new technologies, and there we include financial education that is real and practical, because we want to diminish the risk of financial threats as well. Sometimes they do not know how to use it. Also, to not make something. So to oblige people to use internet for many things. For example, with the Inserso trips, the other day, somebody from León said that they are not able to request the trips of Inserso because they do not know how to request them. And if you are somebody who doesn't have a help of your grandson or something, they won't be able to request the trips as well, with different administrative tasks, or when you want to request for a holiday for your kids or something like that. If you do not know how to do it digitally, you don't have any other option. So this is not okay. And also, they need to know the goals and the specificity of the group. And we should actually educate the groups from the knowledge that we have about them. And sometimes we see companies that they do training that is too general and for the broad public. So I can see how we have a training on how to request help from the government sector, but yet when you see that how these courses are made, you see that they lack information. You're talking about many things, about AI, about how to protect victims, and also you talked about the need of help or the need of support from people and also from the companies that work in the sector. In NICE, the photo that we are right now, we have many different companies, and this is a collaborative forum and help forum. So I wanted to understand in the terms of this table, what do you think that each player what do you think the role of each player has? So we're talking about companies, public sector, and also the third sector. What is their role, and what should we do as public institutions that are here today to help and support the groups? Also, how the companies may be support channel as well. And well, regarding the public administration, they have to guarantee the digital access with specific measures or with specific strategies. From there are examples, for example, specific aids or what we were doing, giving laptops to students. For example, we need to foster everything that has to do with digital access. Companies have to consider the different profiles of citizenship that include all the users, that include also the vulnerable groups. And this has to be from the design. This is something that we insist with many programs for the elderly, for example. Through the design, they have to co-participate in the design process. Because when you think about the design of the app, the user must be in the center and their needs have to be identified. In terms of financial success, this might be also something really important. And also the university must start fostering in the educational space studies that have volume that will help to make good informed decisions, and also inviting the general citizenship to understand that cybersecurity is for everybody and not only for those who are victims of these gaps. We have a minute and a half, Encarna, Maria Cristina. Really briefly, how do you see the collaboration between public administration and companies? I think that we need to go towards the same direction, and we need to work together to be able to achieve a common goal without forgetting that disabilities is a risk factor, but it doesn't mean that it will be, because if you consider these characteristics in the design process, it will be much more easy than to do it later when you will need a cost of time and money that will be superior. So also we need to remember the individualities of each user and not to treat everybody the same, because it doesn't matter that if you have a disability or not, you have specific characteristics. Also awareness in terms of public companies on how we are talking about violence in the digital space. This is something really important. And for the companies, I think that they should give an answer to the threats that they cause to people and how to collaborate public and private sectors. The public sector must be the ones to put the measures in place, and the third sector, they need to help. I don't think it's fair what's going on right now because companies are not non-profits. They do have a profit goal and they are the ones that are saying what to do. And it's not something that should be like that because companies have profit in mind, and if they make more profits spending less, they will do it. So for us, it must be the public sector and the third sector, the non-profits, the ones who create measures for that. So I think we will conclude with that. We would need more time to talk about much more, but I think that we have to adapt to the needs of everybody. It's not a privilege because everybody can be part of a vulnerable group, and we should not forget about anybody. And so thank you very much to all the panelists and the audience. Thank you for being here. I see how it is really interesting.
Se ocupa. Perfecto. Y muchísimas gracias. Vale. Mientras vamos a los consejos de ciberseguridad. Sí, ¿verdad? Pues vamos a ver unos vídeos.
¿Sabías que si tienes cualquier problema de ciberseguridad puedes llamar a un número nacional gratuito y confidencial?
Este número está disponible para todos. Cualquiera puede pedir ayuda.
Exacto. Si tienes alguna duda o problema relacionado con ciberseguridad, nuestro equipo especializado te dará asesoramiento y apoyo para que lo soluciones de la mejor forma posible.
Y si prefieres, también puedes escribirnos.
Así es. Puedes contactarnos por WhatsApp, Telegram o incluso por correo electrónico. Queremos que sea lo más cómodo para ti.
Si te da vergüenza hacer una llamada, ya no tienes excusa para no pedir ayuda.
Y recuerda, no importa el problema, desde dudas sobre contraseñas hasta incidentes más graves. Nuestro equipo está aquí para ayudarte en todo momento.
Puedes contactarnos de 8 de la mañana a 11 de la noche, los 365 días del año.
Así que, si alguna vez te enfrentas a un problema de ciberseguridad, no dudes en contactarnos. Estamos aquí para ayudarte.
Hola, reinas. Hoy vengo a daros unos consejos de ciberseguridad muy fancy para que no os hackeen. No uséis la misma contraseña en repeat. Literal, eso es como dejar la puerta abierta con un cartel que dice «Entra, bebé». Si te llega un email diciendo que has ganado un iPhone, pero tú ni has participado, amor, eso es más fake que mis ganas de ir al gym un lunes. Conectarte al wifi público sin protección, eso es red flag total. Ponte una VPN, reina, que tus datos no son para compartir, son como tus cruces, privados y misteriosos. Si algo te suena chungo online, mejor hacer ghosting al hacker antes de que te banee tu cuenta bancaria. ¿Hacer ghosting?
Sigue.
Y por último, activa la verificación en 2 pasos y deja de ser un NPC. ¿Sí? ¿Lo he dicho bien? ¿Un NPC?
Hola, soy la mascota de INCIBE. Me dicen que soy una ciberperreta. Los humanos me ven y sueltan. ¡Ay, qué mona, qué ricura! Y normal, solo hay que verme. Pero ya que has llegado hasta aquí, al menos escúchame. No compartas tu contraseña. Ni aunque te la pida tu crush. Ni aunque te lo pida otro perro. Bueno, a otro perro puede. Pero que sea de confianza. Y si un día te la lían online y no sabes qué hacer, llama al 017. Es gratis, confidencial y no te juzgan. Como yo, que como mucho, ladro. Y ahora sí, una galletita, ¿no?
Yo creo que sería justo que en alguna edición de ENISE o en algún otro evento traigamos a la mascota, que existe. Y es de una compañera nuestra.
Real pet is one of our coworkers' pets. So let's continue with the vulnerable collectives. Now we're going to talk about the protection of minors in the cyberspace. Who we have here? We have Elvira Tejada from the States. Carla Redondo, Director General of Digitalization.
Que me elevas el rango.
Espera un segundo, que es que
Sorry.
She's
been our Secretary General up until recent, but she's now the Director General of Digitalization and Audiovisual Communication Services at the Secretariat of State for Digitalization and Artificial Intelligence. We have Concha Ortiz from the National Institute of Educational Technology and Teacher Training from the Ministry of Education, Vocational Training and Sports. Marta Rico Donovan from the Spanish Data Protection Agency, and we have as moderator Ana Caballero Valero, Chair of the Committee of Experts for the Development of a Safe Digital Environment for Youth and Children.
Buenos días a todos. Antes de nada, quisiera agradecer su presencia.
Thank you very much for being here in this 19th edition of ENISE here in the León. The panel we inaugurate now, protection of minors on the cyberspace, a look at the industry. I think this is something that is really present nowadays. It's important to see the opportunities for the industry. This is something really interesting. You know, recently the government of Spain has taken to Parliament a law project for better protecting minors in the digital environment. It is a legal initiative that establishes a series of ambitious measures. We're talking about forcing to have platforms with parental control by defect. We're talking about verification control systems, the prohibition of endangering practices, also integrating secure actions on the cyberspace on school, reinforcing capacity to detect cybercrime, and also to increase to 17 years the consent age for data protection and better protecting minors on this cyber environment. We want to have a legal framework to foresee the risks of the digital world. That's why we wanted to have a collaboration of all of the implicated sectors, public and private institutions. It's a pleasure for me to lead this panel from all of these perspectives. These are going to be complementary expositions, I think, and there's gonna be a constructive debate from my point of view. They told me we have 38 minutes, and I'm going to be really brief then. So first question, Carla. Carla Redondo, Director General of Digitalization and Audiovisual Communication Services. I'm going to be direct. What are the main challenges for better protecting minors on the digital space? Do we have a legal framework prepared for answering or tackling these challenges? Allow me to give 30 seconds to the team of INCIBE because they have done an excellent job this time. Let's hope next year is going to be even better. Thank you for having this vertical organization. Thank you for including the protection of minors on the digital space, because as the evolution of technology is occurring, as the President said, this is a tool that we have to put at the service of common welfare, and this implies a series of risks when talking about minors, teenagers. This is a group of the population that deserves special attention, and we need to think of technology from a humanist point of view, where we respect the analogical limits and the respect for these collectives, for this part of the population. And we want to bring a holistic approach. This is something that belongs to the public administrations, parents, academias, companies that cannot be a part of the problem. And when you tackle this, when you have this framework to protect minors, you have to have all of the points of view. That's why we want to have this organic law related to the protection of minors, where we put minors and infants at the core of the Spanish law. They should have their own voice in these public policies. That's why we have to make law with them. That's why we also talk about strategy for better protecting minors on the digital space, and we talk about the series of measures that are going to be put on the health sectors in order to better detect these usages of technology that can be endangering for them. We need to prevent and teach them. We talk a lot about the concept of digital natives, people that have been born already in a world where technology exists, and since an early age they are adapted to new technologies, but this doesn't mean that they know how to manage this world. So you have to give them the appropriate tools and the appropriate training, such as learning to drive a car. And also, we need to include this training in digitalization, and also we need to accompany these minors in all of these steps in education. The subject of digital literacy and skills is really important, and it's something that this project is focusing on. We're focusing on all of these devices connected to the internet. We want them to have by default parental control in order to better aware the parents of the risks of the use of technology. Sometimes teenagers say, my parents use more the mobile phone than I do. So that's why also parents need to be trained. All of the devices then, by law, will have this parental control. Also, age verification. This is a step that we've included in the organic law. Also, this is included in the European directives. And in definitive, we want to include them at the core of the legislation. This is a way that we need to go through, and they think that this is just the start, and we should work hand by hand in order to tackle and overcome all of the challenges ahead. Thank you. You've been clear in your presentation, and you've made a synthesis of all of the normative, all of the rules and regulations. We have the law project, and what we found in this project is that this norm proposes new competencies for the ministry. We were talking about new crimes, for example, deep fakes with the sexual content, grooming online, diffusion of child pornography as new crimes. Can you tell me why this project has typified these kind of crimes? Thank you very much. I think Carla has already given the keys. There is a serious risk for children if there is an uncontrolled use of the internet. I would need more than 5 minutes in order to be able to explain what we're seeing right now. the behaviors that arrived to us. This is a kind of crime that focuses on the sexual liberty of minors and that has been increasing. So we have more violent behaviors, we have harder behaviors, more endangering behaviors, and this is something that concerns us from long time ago. And with this draft law, some years ago, we already made a list of types of crimes linked to the diffusion of content that can be dangerous for minors. I mean, viral challenges, eating disorders, and we also included a sanction to share content that can improve sexual attacks, for example, pedophile content, material or information on where to find children, minors online. Also, this draft law has an objective or sets as an objective the possibility of, from the beginning, eliminating this content of online or the platforms that offer this kind of content. We're working on it. As you can see, this is a phenomena that is increasing. So that's why I've put the focus on certain issues. For example, we are seeing that predators normally go to specific chats to look for the victims. So what is the objective of this draft law? There was an existing law before linked to the prohibition of accessing physically to certain spaces. So we have extended this from a physical to a cyberspace. So now we have this prohibition of a certain person to access certain online spaces as well. What are we doing? What is happening? Now predators disguise themselves. They impersonate children to access these chats or forums in order to capture minors. And this can imply a special conditions. And this can be an aggravating factor regarding the diffusion of material. We have a crime linked to the distribution of pornographic material. So what we did is to open the redaction, this legal redaction. So we wanted to include, for example, online distribution of pornographic content. And also the categorization of deep fakes has as an objective to identify this content that represents specific parts of the population and the prohibition of distributing this kind of violent or sexual content. We've included something that is already typical in the Spanish law, the prohibition of elaborating sexual material and publishing it online. It's important to visualize what arrives to the prosecutor's office, because that can have an impact on other entities. In order to have better efficiency on the digital environment, we are going to need a close collaboration between the public and private institutions. This project includes a list of measures, for example, the possibility of eliminating or asking for eliminating certain content. And this is going to require the collaboration with private institutions and companies. Elvira, how do you think that the private sector can contribute
desde la perspectiva de la lucha contra
and
los
be
delitos
an
que
ally
afectan a los niños,
against
niñas
the
y
crimes that
adolescentes.
involve
encanta la
children
pregunta, pero me
online.
vais a permitir que me vaya un poco más lejos.
Vale.
No solo al sector privado.
Mm,
Es decir,
and
esto tiene que
not just the
implicarse
private
absolutamente
sector.
todos los ciudadanos.
Everyone
Porque en
should be
definitiva
involved.
todos
Every citizen should
somos
be
padres,
involved
somos
because
abuelos,
we are
somos tíos, tenemos
parents,
alumnos, tenemos, es
uncles,
decir,
aunts, we have
tenemos todos que
children,
proteger a
so
nuestros
we should
niños.
all protect
Tenemos
our
que
children.
ver, cuidar lo que hacen en,
We should
en la red.
care about what they
Tenemos que
do online,
acompañarles en
and
el
we
uso
should
seguro
go
de
with
las
them, which
tecnologías,
is
¿no?
be
Y
with them
no
when they
solo
use
eso,
technologies.
tenemos que
Not
ser
just that,
vigilantes
we
cuando
just
estamos en
should
la
be
red. Y
vigilant
si
when
detectamos
these children
contenidos
are
que
online,
pueden
and
ser delictivos, que
when
pueden ser
these
nocivos
children
para los niños,
um,
hay que denunciarlos. Y hoy en día ya hay muchas
when we
líneas
detect
abiertas con ese objetivo. Tienen las
illicit
fuerzas y
content, there are
cuerpos de seguridad,
many
pueden
channels
dirigirse a la
to
fiscalía.
contact with.
INCIBE es un ejemplo de esto,
INCIBE
¿no?
is
Yo
an
creo que eso,
example.
el ciudadano tiene que
So
concienciarse de que
citizens
hay
should
que
be
luchar
aware
contra
that
este tipo
we
de
should
acciones,
fight
contra
against
los
these kind of
menores y contra
crimes,
la difusión de contenidos que les
against the
perjudican, porque nos dañan
distribution
yo mucho,
of
¿no? Y en ese
pornographic
sentido
content, because
comparto el
this is
planteamiento
something
que
that is
hacías
really
del
important and
proyecto,
has a lot of
porque para mí el
impact.
proyecto
That's why I
de ley
think
es
this
esperanzador, porque
draft is really relevant,
como cierra la
because
protección de los menores en
it
distintos
closes the
ámbitos
loop
muy positivos.
of protection
En
of
cuanto a
minors
las
on the
empresas en
digital environment.
pues obviamente
Regarding
es que su
companies,
colaboración es esencial. Hablaba
collaboration
ahora
is
Carla de las
essential.
medidas de
Carla was
prevención.
talking about
Claro,
the
el
preventative
control
measures,
parental, la verificación de edad, que no
parent
se
control,
quede en
age
agua de borrajas,
verifications.
que lo cumplen,
This
pero que se
should
cumpla
not just
con conciencia de la
stay in
importancia de lo que
practice.
están haciendo.
We should
Porque en
all be aware
definitiva,
of
nosotros vemos que los niños están accediendo
what
a contenidos
minors are
que les
doing
están
online and
haciendo
how important it
tremendo.
is.
Les están deformando
They are
su visión
being
de la realidad.
really in
La
danger.
concepción de cómo tienen
The
que
reality is being
relacionarse con los
transformed
demás,
through
y
this
además les
content.
está poniendo en
Internet
el
is
desfiladero
shaping
de ser víctimas
their
de
way
riesgos
of
muy
connect with
serios y
others,
muy
and they are
graves.
putting them in
Entonces,
really
claro, por
serious
ahí, por la
situations
vía
sometimes.
del empleo
That's
de
why
esas
we should
herramientas. Y en el ámbito
use
ya
these
del marco
tools.
penal, pues ya he
And
dicho antes, toda esa
regarding
retirada de contenidos es
law,
fundamental que las empresas y los
eliminating
prestadores de
this
servicios,
endangering
cuando se dan
content
una orden
is
de una retirada de
fundamental.
contenido, lo
Whenever
retiren
we have an
efectivamente.
order to
Porque
eliminate
voy a
the
decir una
content,
cosa y voy
they
a
should
ser muy
do it.
sincera.
And
Muchas
I'm going to
veces
be
el que está
frank.
distribuyendo el contenido no lo vamos a encontrar.
Often
Es
we are not going to
difícil
find the
saber quién es.
authors
Y
of
si
this
no está
content.
en el
It's difficult
extranjero,
to
es que lo
know.
vamos a localizar, vamos a poder hacer nada.
And if
Pero
these
por lo menos
persons
esos
are
contenidos hay que
outside of
retirarlos
Spain,
porque
it's
están
going to be
haciendo
even
daño.
more
Y luego,
difficult.
claro, la colaboración es esencial en prestar esas ayudas para
It's
vigilar
essential
que se
to
cumplan esas órdenes del juez de que no se acerque a determinados foros.
implement
Porque ahí no
these
podemos meter a la policía
measures,
a controlarlo. Van a tener que ser las empresas
these
las que
restraining
lo hagan. Y
orders,
luego, bueno, dos puntos. Solo dos
these
puntos muy
banning from certain platforms.
en
And
el ámbito
I want
concreto
to
de la
say two
investigación
quick
penal, que
things.
es el que yo me muevo. Hay que
I
denunciar.
do legal
También
research,
las
and
empresas
I
tienen la
agree
obligación
on the
de
fact that we
denunciar cuando
should
detectan una actividad delictiva.
put
Ya
a
en la
complaint,
DSA se va por
not
ahí
just
en el
us, but
artículo
companies
18,
as well.
pero eso es
On the
obligación de
18th
todos. No
article of the
podemos
Spanish law,
actuar desde la
it's
Fiscalía si no
established
se nos
we
denuncia.
cannot
Primero. Y segundo,
act from the
colaboración
prosecutor's
con
office
la
if we don't
información.
receive complaints.
El sector
Second of all,
privado
we need
tiene los
information.
datos que
The
nosotros
private sector has
necesitamos
the
para investigar.
information that we
¿Cuál
need
es
to
el
do
origen de la
research.
comunicación?
What
¿Cuál
is
es
the
el
origin of the
destino?
communications?
¿A quién
What is
pertenece una
the
dirección IP? La
destiny?
geolocalización,
What is
todo
the
eso lo
IP address?
necesitamos para
We need all of this essential information. If they don't give it to us, everything, we cannot do much. So this is a problem that where everyone is involved from our perspective, but we are all involved and we should fight against.
Yo siempre digo que los niños, niñas y adolescentes
I
van a
always
tener
say
esta
that
oportunidad,
teenagers
debemos de
and
ir todos
children
juntos para
are
apoyarles y
are just going to
ayudarles
have this
en todo lo que
opportunity, and
ocurre. Es
it's now the
tremendo
moment to give them the support that they need. We should visibilize this issue as well. Carla talked about the protection of the intimacy of minors and the ethical design of digital service. And we ask for companies to add privacy by design and implement, for example, dark patterns. And since, like from the data protection Spanish agency, can privacy by design and the correct approach
ser un valor añadido en el mercado
child-friendly approach. Can this be useful? Up to what point?
Se oye poco.
Se oye poquito, sí.
¿Se oye?
The speaker is having problems with the microphone.
Ahora sí.
Ahora sí.
Okay, now can you hear me? Thank you very much, INCIBE, for inviting me. And I thank as well the richness of this discussion panel. The objective is to defend, to make advocacy for privacy.
Perdonad, lo que estaba diciendo es que la propia ley establece como un valor de uno de los fines.
And what I was saying is one of the objectives is to respect privacy by design in all of the services provided online. So I think that the point is that we should include privacy by design and to respect the superior interests of the minors. In the digital space, when minors interact with services online, they expose them towards the society. We are not aware of the fact that you put the personal data, for example, in a video game, then you're including already a big amount of personal data. The Spanish existing law and the future law is that their objectives are to better protect minors, because the question is, when the danger it's been done, it's really difficult to recover. So we should involve, make the industry involved. We can do anything by ourselves. All of the sectors should participate and agree. It's true that there's been a positive evolution of the industry that are incorporating security and the privacy of data within their digital systems. And what we want to do from the agency is that we are proactive towards the protection of the most vulnerable parts of the society, because we are aware that the data should be limited and it should be information that can afterwards lead to unsolicited advertisement, for example. Exposition of data in minors is really dangerous, and that's why we're trying to regulate this information through law and integrating it by design.
Concha, últimamente se han leído muchas noticias y se ha puesto el foco.
Concha, we've had a lot of news recently, and we focus on technology usage on schools. From my point of view, schools are the most secure places where technology usage can be developed because they are always supervised in these institutions by a teacher. But this draft focuses on education in two main aspects. First of all, skills, so these teenagers can develop a series of professional and personal skills, and also the digital part. They involve primary education and also high schools. How could we deepen this existing collaboration between the industries in order to reinforce this digital security? Thank you very much for inviting me.
a ver, respecto a tu pregunta, Ana, pues es verdad
Regarding your
que
question,
últimamente, bueno, todos estamos viendo en los medios
we've been
ese debate, ¿no?,
seeing
sobre el
in
uso
the
de la
media this
tecnología
debate
en las
regarding
aulas,
the
como
use
decía
of
Ana.
technology in
La
schools.
escuela es un entorno seguro digitalmente, ¿no? Porque
Educational
tenemos que
institutions
partir
are
de la
secure
premisa de
places
que
because
las
we should
administraciones
start from the
educativas,
premise
los
that
centros,
educational
los
institutions
docentes, tenemos que
and
proporcionar
teachers
a
should
nuestros
provide
alumnos un entorno
their
digital
students
seguro, un entorno
a
digital
secure
seguro,
environment,
supervisado, restringido.
supervised
¿Por qué?
environment,
Porque es este entorno el que
restricted
va a ayudar a su
environment,
aprendizaje
because this is
y
going to help
también
their
al
learning
desarrollo, como decías, Ana, al desarrollo
and
paulatino,
their
primero
progressive
acompañado, ¿no?,
learning.
tutelado
First,
de su competencia
supervised by
digital.
a
Tal y
teacher,
como se establece en la ley de educación, pues el
developing a
alumnado va
series of
trabajando su
skills.
competencia digital en
Students
distintos
work
niveles,
on
desde
their
que empieza la
IT
educación
skills
primaria, la
at
educación
different
infantil
levels,
incluso, ¿no?, hasta
from
que
an
acaba
early
la educación
stage
básica con la
until
enseñanza secundaria
they
obligatoria. Entonces, se trata de ofrecer ese
finish their
entorno
secondary
seguro para que
education.
vaya desarrollando esa competencia
So
digital
students
primero de forma
develop their
tutelada y llegue
skills,
se incorpore a la sociedad
first
con
supervised
una
up until
competencia
they
digital
are
totalmente
integrated
autónoma.
into society in an autonomous
Partimos de
way.
eso, tenemos que
So we start from there,
a los
and
centros educativos entornos
we should
virtuales
provide
que
then
sean
the
seguros,
environment,
aplicaciones, dispositivos,
I mean
herramientas que
applications,
sean
devices,
seguras, que
tools
sean
that can be
restringidas,
secure,
que
restricted,
permitan
that
también
allow
digamos, que estén adaptadas a la edad del alumnado.
or
Entonces, yo creo que ahí es donde la
customized
colaboración con la empresa y la
to
incidencia de la
the
industria
target
puede ser mayor en
students.
el propio diseño de sus
So
herramientas.
that's
No
why it's
solo estoy
important to
hablando de
integrate security
entornos
by
virtuales
design
que tenemos
for creating this
¿no?,
environment.
instalados en todos
And
los centros, sino
I don't
también
mean
de
the
estas
devices
herramientas
that
que a lo mejor
have
utiliza un
designers,
profesor
but
pues para que su
for example,
alumno haga
we
test
also
de
have to take into
evaluación
account the
o
devices
para
that the
cualquier otra
teachers
tarea.
are using for assessment or other
Yo creo que la idea
daily
está
tasks.
en que en el propio diseño, pues
The idea is that by design, the industry can include all of these aspects that are key to society, applied to education. For example, concepts like data protection, adaptive technology.
Ahí es donde está la principal línea de trabajo. Por otra parte,
This is our main line of work.
pues proporcionar al
Also,
profesor y al alumno
give teachers and students usage guides.
También guías en cuanto a la
Also,
privacidad,
guidance regarding privacy, secure usage. That's why we have collaborate with a number of entities. For example, we have Aseguratic that you can see on the web of INCIBE. It is a list of more than 500 documents regarding, for example, usage of technology, and these resources have been elaborated by the Data Protection Agency, INCIBE, and also by different private entities, Vodafone, Orange, Google. So this is an illustrative example, an enriching example for all of us. We can win if we do it correctly. Regarding public administrations, we have certain initiatives for giving the tools and assessing whether everything is adapting to law or not. In TEF, we have the document which is regarding orientation for digital usage from a data protection perspective. There are more than 600 tools that are used by teachers, and they've been classified according to the data protection law. These initiatives are originated by different public, private entities in order to make parents and educational institutions aware that maybe we're not doing a correct usage of technology. And this is just responsibility of the industry. We need to make supervision of minors. And we need to do it in schools, but also families should do it. There is something really important on the draft.
De la edad de los 14 a los 16 años.
You mentioned the increase of the age of consent. Can this measure has an outcome more security? This is something that emerged on the Data Protection Agency in 2019, where we had all of the key sectors involved in a project. Data protection law were a little bit isolated from reality because 10 years ago, viral world is not the same as it is right now. And we saw the advantages, disadvantages, so at the end there was an anonymous consensus. There's not enough maturity at 13 years to access the digital world, and we want to change the organic law regarding data protection. So, what does it imply? That I will not be able to have access to a social network until I have the age of consent? And there is going to be age verification. So from 14 to 16 years, there is going to be better protection. There are certain sectors that defend that teenagers should be autonomous. But for example, we compare it to alcohol usage, and if you don't set an adequate range to maturity, you can have problems. That's why this initiative of increasing the age of consent was put in place.
Pero yo ahora vuelvo a por Concha, porque ha dicho una cuestión muy interesante, ¿no?
Yeah, you said something that is really interesting. You were talking about collaboration in 3 ways between INCIBE, the Data Protection Agency, other entities, for training, for creating a database, for families, for teachers, for the teenagers itself. You also said that you collaborate with the private sectors, and I want you to tell us about the good practices that are put in place. I would like to highlight an initiative that's been going on for many years, and it's the Classroom of the Future, which is a European project, the Future Classroom Lab, started in 2015 with a research and as an objective, it had a change of methodology. And I think the most important one is the methods we use. Because if we don't make a really good use of methodology, we can have problems. So we made an analysis, and based on that, we launched this project. It can be a beautiful name. You can see our classroom in Feb. And what we do is to see all of the spaces, methodology in real classrooms, and we use digital technologies. This project has implied the signature of an agreement with Samsung. We have a future classroom, futuristic classroom, let's say. And we have 60, 70 classrooms like this. We have teachers that come to be trained, and then they apply these methods in their classrooms. It was really successful. And I like to insist on methodology. And if these methods do not have a pedagogical value, it's not useful. So that's what we have to take in mind. I don't know.
Buenas prácticas, pues yo creo que fundamentalmente esa, ¿no?
Regarding good practices,
que también, como decía, es un proyecto
we
muy
have
interesante.
a Seguratic,
Una buena práctica, una
and then
pero que
a collaboration
privado, sino que
with the private sector is important. I like to highlight one of them because it's an example. It's the elaboration of a reference framework on digital skills. This framework is an adaptation to the Spanish educational system of the teaching skills. So we make a joint effort with the INCIBE. There was a lot of coordination of 30-40 people to launch this framework. It's a description of all of the competencies included on the skills teachers should have in order to use it with a pedagogical goal. Here we also have security and digital welfare. These are subjects that appear frequently during all the framework, and the only difference we have regarding the number of competencies among the Spanish and European, it's that we added one more linked to the data protection, privacy, security, and digital welfare. Digital well-being, sorry. And we also have the skill development amongst the students. Teachers should be digitally intelligent and competent. They are going to be once they have the pedagogical tools. We have literacy, which is a really important competence, which is linked to a responsible use of technology and that ensures well-being.
Thank you very much, Concha Carla. So, continuing with the digital competences that Concha was talking about, as a conclusion as well, talking about the commitment that the ministry has taken into account that technology advances fast. Is it a challenge or an opportunity for children protection in this project of law? Digital competencies are always an opportunity. Here we have the talent, which is the base. People are the base of everything that allow you innovation and resilience. People, everybody's citizenship, children also are in the base of everything. So the plan, the national plan that we launched from the ministry is focused in the minors and all the schools as well, so that teachers are prepared and also to answer the vulnerable groups, also for the rural areas, etc. So we are focused on being able to train people so that everybody can have digital competences, and this is something that will prepare everybody for the future. We will face challenges that we do not know already, so we have to have a collaborative perspective. For example, the academy also needs to study things, study trends, know where we are going, and technology also allows us to be able to develop tools to protect ourselves, such as the verify system of data. You talked about security and also to be able to own your own data and to understand to whom you want to share it or to whom not. And we have a beta age verification. We are pioneers in Europe, and when we participated in the pilot test, we do not do it as a specific member, but we do a solution to be integrated in Europe as well. And so we also focus in the innovation and to be able to answer the challenges that we may have with AI and to prevent crimes from that, because we need to adapt our legal codes as well to the new realities that we have that make children vulnerable. Also, it is important to have the schools and the educational system in our side, and we have a systemic risk that they need to mitigate for the big platforms. They need to protect the mental health of children and their physical health as well. So they must also create solutions. It's important to go forward. Also, our hosts have solutions. They must be proud as the 016, the auto help line. They received 80,000 calls last year, and they, for kids, for example, that looks for collaborating in different companies, also having in my different regions of Spain. This is nearby San Marcos, and they are all these sum ups that will make it possible to go forward in the same direction. So do we have great challenges, but we do have great opportunities as well, and we need to leveraging on those. Thank you very much, Carla. So we are at the end of the panel, and I would like to talk about conclusions. So we do have a great challenge, but we do have tools to answer them, especially when we can collaborate among us. Here we talked about the importance of collaboration between administrations, and also we need to highlight the role of the companies in this collaboration. They can be the glue that unites the collaboration, and so that we can take care of the minors in the best way possible. We know that it's complex, but I also wanted to highlight the Spanish industry of cybersecurity and technology, because they have the possibility to be leaders in solutions that have the minors' safety in the center, and also, of course, to follow rules and norms that we have stated, can foster new lines of business, can foster new links between companies as well, and also to enhance reputation inside the country and abroad. I wanted to say thank you to all of you, and let's continue working together, the administration, society, and private sector, so that our children and our adolescents have safe, ethical, and inclusive digital spaces. Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you, to be able to be here in the INCIBE forum. We are gathering many first times this year. Thank you very much. So our next table, our next blog, which is the last one of our monument, it's Lives, Challenges, and the Future of Cybersecurity. We will be talking about people, their trajectory, their passion on this sector. I know that some of these participants on the table, they are passionate about it. We'll have Beatriz Arias, she's the Director of Digital Transformation of Digital IES. Concepción Cordón Fuentes, she's a Forum of Women Leaders of Andalusia. We have Cristina Santos from Cyber Leaders, also Forum of Women Leaders of Andalusia. We'll have as a moderator our colleague from INCIBE, Diana Núñez. She is Head of Talent. I give you the floor, Diana. A round of applause. A better round of applause.
Bueno, pues buenos días, ya casi buenas tardes.
Good morning. Almost good afternoon. Thank you, Carmen, for presenting us. And let's start The interpreter has no sound of the microphones. I'm sorry.
Y vamos a intentar hacerlo desde
So
un punto de vista
let's
desde
try to
una
do it from a
perspectiva más
perspective
humana. Vamos a
that
intentar
is
hablar
human.
desde
Let's try to
vuestra
speak
individualidad, desde
from
vuestras
your
experiencias.
individuality, from your own
para ello,
experiences.
me gustaría
And
lanzar
for
la primera
that, I would
pregunta.
like to
¿Cuándo
ask you the
empezasteis
first
a
question. So
trabajar en
when
este
did
sector?
you start
¿Os
in
imaginabais
this
estar
area?
donde estáis
Did you
ahora mismo,
imagine to
liderando estos proyectos?
have achieved what you have and to be leaders of the projects that you're right now leading? Well, I can start. No, the answer is no, I didn't imagine so. But also, it was what we were talking about when you start feeling this calling. It's not something that you may know that it exists when you start studying, obviously. And so one step leads you to another step. And I'm the director of digital transformation of Digital ES. It's an association of different companies, and we represent the sectors that are small and medium-sized companies of digitalization and innovation. And I'm here today, but I also focused on different parts of the corporate area in technology, at Nokia, for example, and I imagined that I would have a relationship with the public industries as well in the world of innovation as an engineer. That's what I am. I didn't imagine so, but I was curious also, and this leads you to explore different areas to try and see if it could be an opportunity for you as well. The answer is no. I didn't think about it. I was studying medicine before, it was my passion, but the IT bachelor got to me and I started and I changed my studies plan. I went from medicine to IT, and we are talking about the 1983. So we started studying something that we didn't know what was. It was a mix of everything at the time. The first promotion of this would be able to do any type of specific studies that we have right now because it was a mix of everything. And I'm really glad to be here today talking about cybersecurity, really. The answer is no. I don't want to say that it was my last option, but almost, because 10 years living intensively, you can have many results. And 10 years ago, I didn't even have a connection with the public sector. I'm here to talk about opportunities in the public sector and in the cybersecurity space. And the public sector was completely different. The public administration changed a lot, and they will change much more. And so 10 years ago, I couldn't imagine that. And from now to 2050, we'll have a different scenario, of course. And I just wanted to say thank you for inviting me and for organizing this event. Thank you. So the paths in our career diverse, and sometimes we find ourselves somewhere where we didn't imagine that we were going to end. And so I think that it wasn't easy for you. You may have found challenges, and you learned from all these, because I don't know if you want to share any challenge that you have faced, anything that you could do that it may inspire us as an experience. When you asked about challenges, I was thinking a lot about many of them, but I could highlight one that is more personal and another one from the sector. And the first thing, I talk about the origin, about this calling that you can feel. When I was studying telecommunications engineering, I found that I was a strange engineer because I was not so excited about something that we were doing like 0011. For me, the most important part is for what am I doing that with? Who can we serve with that? Which purpose? So I think the right word behind the calling is purpose. And this made me feel a bit of an imposter throughout my career because I had a lack of reference. We were not that many women in the sector studying these engineerings. And that's why I want to collaborate as well with being able to visualize and to say that it is a possibility to study a STEM career for girls. And maybe I was not that convinced that I was in the right place, but it was true that I was. And it was a challenge that I worked for many years. And at the end, I saw that the result was as good as any others. And so that's what happened to me personally. And in terms of the sector, maybe, as we were saying before, the situation of different disasters or critical moments, such as a global pandemic, this made us move. And in the sector, we had to highlight the vulnerabilities that we faced when being leaders of a team remotely. Of course, it's always a challenge to lead. I was doing some work in Europe and to be able to do it remotely, well, we can say that it's important to have some specific characteristics in IT and in cybersecurity because it's not always about software. And so this was a great challenge to strengthen personal skills so that you could lead the team remotely and to be able to achieve the goals. Yes, the COVID pandemic was a catalyst for many changes. Technology changes fast, but the pandemics forced, for example, that the administration start the relationship with the user digitally, that all the developments were digital based, and so it multiplied by 10 the presence of the administration in the digital space. With the pandemics, I had to change my career at that moment. I used to give digital visibilization to some companies. I was a freelance, but I changed my role completely. I connected with Ahmad because I wanted to start examinations, public examinations, and we created a project from zero, from scratch. Everything seemed a great challenge. So to be able to reinvent myself through after the pandemics, and also to create a project for the people examining in these public areas so that they could have the news on the exams to be able to orientate them as well, because it works as a digital orientation. Yes, of course, the pandemics changed the world, and the main challenge I had is with the growth of technologies, to be able to grow professionally in the same speed as technologies would. I started with the first version of some softwares, and it was designed. We didn't have internet when I studied, so we started working in the public area, and everything was a challenge. When the first challenge that I remember was with the 2000 effect. There was a culture of ending the world or something like that, and we had to face it. Also, the euro, when we changed our currency, and the data protection, everything that has to do with that. Also, in 2010, the National Security Scheme of the country, in 2011, critical infrastructures, etc., etc. So I can make a list of many different things. In ENISE, first, we are in this Congress right now, so to be able to come in different centers such as this one, during summer, I met Maria, I met another people here today that we learned together, because we need the integration of different profiles. We're not talking about anything technical. We need to understand much more about that, and all these sectors needed to understand technology from other perspectives. So this is a challenge. I have a 35-year career, and it continues to be a challenge. And in the personal area, the imposter syndrome, I think we all had this feeling. When I started studying, we had 35% of women that started the studies. We didn't even know what we were doing in the studies in general. I studied in a public university, in Malaga University. They changed it to engineering. So much less women started studying engineering when they changed the name of the studies. And so we found women and men, also men. I have to say that we have great colleagues, and to be able to work in team. My calling was forensic medicine. So imagine right now I'm doing something much more different. So here we have representatives of the university, and we can do tests and proof in the digital space. In the first years of my studies in the university, I could compare a technology study or a medicine studies, and I would have chosen medicine, but right now I am passionate about what I do, and I am much more happy. Maybe in medicine you could save some lives, but in cybersecurity we also save many, many lives, and we have had different cases that prove how cybersecurity saves lives as well. So it is a tool about technology, and I believe that cybersecurity is the way that technology has to be able to reach its goal. So what we talked about in different panels as well. Technology has to do what it has to do, and we heard the president saying that it is designed for the well-being of humanity and not the other way around. So we need to put the specific tools for that. If cybersecurity is not something that we can live without, when you go to the hospital and you get a diagnosis, you use technology, and if it is not safe, we could have, for example, there is the hospitals have been attacked before, and you could, for example, change the image of CAT scan, and the doctor may see a cancer where there is no cancer. So imagine how this could affect lives. This is something that I cannot live without this type of security. So we need to go deeper in that. We are we are really at risk and threatened by cyber criminals. I was talking about challenges, personal challenges from the past, but something that is in the future, in the near future, when we talk about globalization and how cybersecurity and technologies are transversal elements in all areas of our life, career, the industry, the public and private sectors, everything, and which is the post-quantum in cryptography. At the moment when computational is launched, and especially cryptography, you could disencrypt the communications that we have right now. So we will have agents that are now gathering data that is encrypted right now, so that at the moment when we will be able to have post-quantum technologies that will unencrypt all this data, they will be able to use all this data that they are gathering. So we do not know what they want to do with that. Imagine the risk. And so I wanted to share some data on how Europe is facing all that, and if we have the goal in the European community area that 100% of the public sectors are 100% digital and online for 2030. Imagine how the risk or the threat that can be there when you have a technology that it is able to decrypt information. So there is a lot of sensible information that can affect all of them, not only individually, because sometimes we think, who might be interested in what I say to my family if there's a spy? No, it's not the point. The point is that information that may study standards and manage an influence on the society in general, for example, in the electric suministration or other services. But when we talk about security, we are talking about many different things, and we have a great challenge right now, and it has to do with cryptography and the quantum technologies. When we face different challenges, even in our personal life and in our professional life, we will continue on facing challenges because the sector that we are living and working, it is like that. So right now I wanted to talk about all the events and forums, because we heard a lot about the idea that there is a lack of talent, and that talent is the key to generate a better sector. And one of the ways that we are reducing the gap between professionals and the sector demands are the hybrid profiles, not only technical profiles, but also to incorporate in the sector other sectors that do not come from the technologies. Do you believe that for these other areas that come from other studies, is it an opportunity in cybersecurity? Do you think that it is an opportunity? It is a great opportunity because, yes, I wanted to say it is a great opportunity because you could access from different ways. One of the ways is, I'm talking about examinations in the public sectors. So there are some groups which are not high level. They do not request a university degree. You have, for example, IT auxiliary. So it is a way where you can, it is a door that may open, and then you can continue studying and you can continue on taking exams with the university degree. Why am I saying that? Because we will have a 900 seats or 900 spaces, public spaces. And so also there is another path where we have many categories. For example, we have in the basis of the calling. where should I read the basis of the calling? There is a specific official state gazette, and it's called BOE, and you will have it in there, or if you have it in the province as well, in the region. There you can read all the basis of the calling, and there it is written, everything that is requested. We see how many times they request a university degree without specifying which one. You can be a psychologist or any other thing, and you can take this exam. After, when you get inside this area, this space, you will get some training as well. And so it is important to read the basis of the calling, because we have different criteria for different places. And also, we have the official state. We have an important, we are living an important moment, because my generation, I'm 60, we are baby boomers, so we will retire shortly, and 80% of the public sectors will be free for some years. So I saw how it evolved, not only the description of profiles, because we will have new profiles, some other profiles will be redesigned, and new roles will be described. So we need to work with different types of profiles, and so cybersecurity that works is multidisciplinary. Before, we were talking about vulnerable groups, and they said that they have to consider us to design whatever they want to design. And this is true. We need a multidisciplinary team. And some years ago, when we talked about different things, but not cybersecurity, cybersecurity is not something that it is that old, because it started in the 60s when we talked about the threats, and when we saw the need of working not only IT engineers, because we had a very multidisciplinary training as well, but as well telecommunication experts, law experts, and everything that has to do with networks, as Cristina here represents. Everything that we say, what we design, what we publish, everything that we work on. When I talked about the diagnosis of the cancer in hospitals, they have different teams and they work side by side. We have the IT programming, the developer, and also when we talk about developing and programming, 80% of the attacks come from the vulnerability of softwares. So this side-by-side work, the IT person, the doctor or the physician, etc. So right now we also have psychologists in our team to be able to communicate with the different companies. So we behave differently, and sometimes we ask ourselves, why do you click on something that you didn't request? Why do we have these behaviors? So in our teams, we have psychologists, we have philosophers as well, to understand better human being and to be able to make a response or to answer these challenges that we face, because it's a need to be multidisciplinary. Because technology is a tool. It's a tool that is made to solve something, and the one that understands better the problem is the one that is solving the problem. So that's why we need other profiles, because they are the ones who understand the problem better. So, for example, we need the psychologists, the people who work with the social groups. So they will be the ones to train the algorithms so that the tools on cybersecurity can predict better the possible attacks or vulnerabilities. So, of course, it is something that is important to have multidisciplinarity teams, and also people who have different academic profiles in the human areas of different studies. So here they have a space too. Also, I wanted to share some data that I think is relevant. We in Digital ES, we published a report that showed also with the InfoJobs analysis of job offers in 2024 that 64% of offers that request agility, for example, are from this domain of technology, and that the teamwork is the most required soft skill. However, when you look the other way, when you look to the employers, the profiles do not highlight these abilities. They only state about teamwork. So it is important to see what are you requesting and what are you asking for. And we have a taxonomy study of non-technology abilities that are the most requested. It's called Future Jobs Report. And I want to just state about being agile, being able to learn, being able to influence, to be creative, curious, to have flexibility, to be able to lead, to have proactivity, resilience, and of course, teamwork. So imagine, teamwork is number 10. So we have to think about those who do not come from the IT area, that this is a calling as well to be part of everything that we are doing. Yes, so we are talking about important things, about different profiles which are needed to face the challenges that we have, and also they can have great value for the teams with their different perspectives. And Beatriz, also, for the next question that I wanted to share, is the personal soft skills. Sometimes we do not value soft skills. Managers or talent acquisition services, they are looking for technical competences, but also personal competences or skills. And I wanted to know your personal opinion on what soft skill that you have has been more useful in your career and in your profession. It might be a skill or more than one skills. I'm sure you have more than one. So for me, I believe that it was curiosity and not accepting the first opinion, but being able to investigate. And sometimes we have lateral movements and malware is expanded through that, and never stopping before you have a logic answer to something that you do not understand. Sometimes if I don't understand something, for me, well, I have to find why is it. And I would grow with technologies, but also I had a second life or a parallel life when I was teaching in the universities, making part of panels of different study groups, and I was able to understand what was going on in the post-quantum moment as well. I was in the university and I was taking a class about quantums because I want to understand always how things work, and I want to investigate through this curiosity that I have. The master on cybersecurity, I took it 10 years ago, so imagine. And why? Because I have to be there and I have to face all these challenges. And I had to say, well, I don't care, I want to know why. And so curiosity is my soft skill that I would highlight. For me, is resilience. I think the word that defines me. So many times I found myself that being able to reinvent myself. So this happens with technology as well. Technology is always advancing and you need to go with the same speed. Right now, we are facing AI and different challenges that asks ourselves to reinvent us again. And as you were saying, I might fall many times. I can be part of projects that fail, but I just get up and I continue and I start from scratch and I reinvent myself. And I can't do that because resilience is the capacity of hacking yourself for a good reason.
Yo añadiría, la curiosidad es la más importante, es la base para desarrollarte. No solo no conformarte con la primera
Curiosity
respuesta,
is the
sino
base. Not being able to accept the first opinion and also to think, is there any other option? What if we try this other combination? What could happen? So this is how innovation is born. So curiosity is a key. Also, this took me to do a philosophy master applied to technology when I was 50. And I wanted to share my age as well, because I think it's important to have this voice. When you when you start working with technology, it doesn't mean that you come from a technology space, but constantly you need to have more and more training and education, because technology is always changing. And there are studies that say that in the last 5 years, the technological advance was much more fast than in the last 50 years. So here, many of us, we lived this transition, me also, in the analogical world, towards the fourth industrial revolution, which is digital and everything that has to do with it. So curiosity, empathy, because empathy makes you have a united team and that they follow you to face the challenges that you may have. And the path is not straight. And also to be able to have empathy and to wear their shoes. It could be a client, an external part, somebody with whom you have to collaborate. This is so important so that we can make alliances that are sustainable with time. Alliances and cooperation. For me, these are words that I hear many, many times a day in the technological space. Those are key elements. And the last one that I want to highlight is the intuition. Sometimes we do not talk about that. It is important to develop intuition, to maintain it alive. And it's something, I know something and I don't know why. This has served me and I could use it to detect problems before it happened. It's not something that it's something like you connect with it. You could read the body language, everything that has to do also with empathy, but intuition as well.
When talking about talent, we're talking about the skills that might not seem relevant, but they are in this professional sector. I would like to talk about cybersecurity in other sectors as well, but I would like to talk about association, network creation, this community where we work. For all you, what was the impact of being part of an association, create networks, create contacts? Union makes force, and by ourselves we cannot really tackle or overcome all of the challenge. We must unite synergies. Everyone can help each other. Maybe you have a contact that you can provide or an application. Together we are stronger, and strong and united, we are more valuable. That's why it's so important to associate and reunite. In the masculinized world of cybersecurity, I think it's important because we are a few women and we were always looking for associations or sectors. That's why I thank INCIBE for thinking of women leaders, sorry. In 2017, we started to talk about gender and cybersecurity with this first event. And ENISE was the first organism to make an event like this. Here in Spain, we are the founders of Women for Cyber and Science. Then in Andalusia, we have cyber leaders for women, and we have a series of associations in Andalusia. Also in the technological park, we have in Malaga the best companies. We have a group of women executives. Union makes a force. If there is a series of women in leadership positions, it's going to be better. It's important to have a network where you have representation of talent and the representation of women. I think united we can better ourselves. That's what I wanted to say. I wanted to add this more personal perspective of association and also more corporate, this corporate side. I always say that if there is no references in the room, that means that the reference is you. This can sound epic, but it also creates the need for you to have the links, the context, and create out of zero. It's always so difficult, and that's why it's important to have these associations that allows a visualization. It's about having the ownership of certain spaces where you can feel that you belong by closeness, and that allows you to have this force in order to go outside and keep talking about collaboration. From a personal point of view, I decided to engage in an women entrepreneurs association that foster the deep tech associations, startups created by women, because this is our way to have more presence in a sector of society that doesn't have many women. We cannot do this without these spin-offs, let's say, gender spin-offs, because we have documented and proved that gender stereotypes make women have more difficulties to access to leading positions. At an industrial level, digital associations should sign collaboration agreements with other non-technological associations. This is key to help them digitalize and help them to be more efficient without losing talent. So that's why they can contact our experts. We can provide the help that they need in this sense. It's vital to associate. We cannot do anything by ourselves. We need to close, because we know we could speak for longer, but let's close the social forum ourselves. I think your experiences and what you just share with us. It's really important. I would like, in order to close the session, to give an advice to someone from cybersecurity or someone that wants to enter the sector. What can you advise to these persons?
Reflejando también un poco esa experiencia personal que
Reflecting this personal experience I was talking about, when you enter the market, something that is new for you, for example, in cybersecurity, it's normal to have this feeling that you are an imposter and asking yourself, am I going to be able? Am I going to be able to do it? When you have these kind of thoughts, you need to repeat yourself. If there are any others that do the kind of things that you do, it means you are the reference, the pioneer. So let's keep on the good job. Here in cybersecurity, everyone is welcome. Cybersecurity is life, as I said. And do not stop, no matter what. In 2022, I had an important moment because at the moment I was diagnosed with a handicap. This was a really shocking moment because I needed to quit my job, where I have been working for 33 years to overcome all the challenges. And I decided that the sickness condition or conditions that I have, because I have more than one, were not going to stop me. I said no. So thanks to cybersecurity and the passion that I have, here I am. So resilience, in this sense, means the ability to adapt, face changes, and resist. I felt like an imposter sometimes, and faced to these kind of situations, you should raise your voice. And that's why we need to protect the most vulnerable parts of our society. And we need to fight until the end. I would invite to profit of the public, I would advise to profit of the opportunities that the public employment has to offer. There is going to be a lot of vacants open, and the public market gives you better salary, better opportunities to stay with your family, and we also need to be stronger, not to let you be carried out by fear. We should fight against this fear, contact different associations for it, and from the Cyber Leaders Forum of Andalusia and from other associations, we are eager to help people that want to access these public markets and become a worker for the state. Thank you very much to all of the three. It's been a pleasure to share with you this space. And thank you very much then to give us your personal approach, to invite us to get into entrepreneurship, and to invite us to keep on.
Gracias a todas por
Thanks everyone for the closing of the panels.
Pues ya está. Ya hemos llegado al
And
final.
let's say we got to the end. This is the end of the 19th edition of ENISE. Now let's look forward to next year's. Let's look now. Greetings. Thank you to all of the presenters, all of the speakers, organizers, people that have been following here, people that have participated in different workshops. Thank you for the people participating on streaming, and thank you. Thanks to everyone that makes ENISE a reality. And thanks to the people that should dismantle of this. Thanks. I'm sorry if I committed any mistakes. If I made any mistakes, sorry.
Gracias. Sobre todo, al equipo de INCIBE.
And thank you very much to the INCIBE team. It's a big team, but there is a lot of people behind working so we can have a 20th edition next year. So thank you very much. And we're gonna conclude with a resume of the 19th edition of ENISE.